Chapter 531, Legend. Extinguished by one hand upon hearing Nzin's words, Guwen pulled the fate pen that was tucked at his waist and handed it to an Exen. An Exen was stunned, holding the fate pen and looking at Guwen with confusion. She'd seen Guwen carry this pen often and was accustomed to its presence, yet since she had not felt any fluctuations of spiritual power from the fate pen, she never thought of it as a magical treasure. "You can use it for now, and I will refine a magical treasure for you later," Guwen said, his gaze fixed on Xian, his tone casual. Having been with Guwen for a long time, an Xian wouldn't hold back her questions and she quickly asked, "But how do I use this?" As she spoke, she lifted the fate pen in her hand and waved it through the air, but there wasn't even ink. "When you encounter someone who must be killed, it will show its power," Guwen answered, which made an Xian look forward to using the fate pen. She knew that Guwen wouldn't play tricks on her. This pen was surely powerful. She immediately bowed in respect and then left with the fate pen. Guwen turned his head to watch an Exen, his eyes filled with profound meaning. Having helped people like Yi Qingshan and others for so long, she had gradually become accustomed to it. Although it had not affected her own cultivation, in her heart, Yi Qingshan and the others were like her disciples. Not all relationships in the world were perfect. Should there come a day when Yi Qingshan and the rest pass away, she hoped she wouldn't take it too hard. However, this was also an inevitable experience for those on the path of immortal cultivation. It couldn't be said to be good or bad, but experiencing all human emotions could shape one's Tao heart. Go to Wuxia world. Sight after an Xian had left, Xian opened his eyes and asked, "Master, what exactly is this divine skill? It doesn't seem like a divine skill, it's very mysterious, and even though I am cultivating, I can't clearly describe its profound mysteries." After entering the Taoist field of the beginningless, Xian started to address Guwen as master, and Guwen did not refuse since their relationship hadn't reached the level of brotherhood before. Guwen looked up at the celestial vault and said, "Indeed, it's not a divine skill. Once you master it, you will understand what it is. It will help you dominate this part of the human world." Upon hearing this, Xian instinctively asked, "Just this part of the human world?" Guwen turned his head towards him, his smile ambiguous, and said, "Can your eyes contain the entire human world?" Xian was taken aback and could only offer an awkward smile. Guwen's gaze drifted into the distance, his face revealing a look of anticipation. It was finally coming to an end. Under the vast sky, peaks were emerging from the sea of clouds, and atop one of these mountains stood Liya, Sword Annihilation Ancestor, and Silent Destruction God Emperor side by side. Liya looked towards the Silent Destruction God Emperor and asked, "Senior, since you are about to leave, can you not reveal your true identity?" During the years of teachings from the Silent Destruction God Emperor, his reverence for him had only deepened. He even felt that the Silent Destruction God Emperor was not weaker than Guwen. With guidance from the Divine Emperor, he had not only mastered one divine skill but also gained a deeper understanding of the path to cultivation. Once, when the Silent Destruction God Emperor was away, he secretly asked Sword Annihilation Ancestor just how formidable the Divine Emperor was. Sword Annihilation Ancestor had said something that he couldn't forget. Apart from Heavenly Tao, he is the strongest. He had asked at the time, how did he compare to the supporting Tao Sword Venerable? Sword Annihilation Ancestor just shook his head and said nothing. Afterwards, Liya clearly felt that Sword Annihilation Ancestor had become even more respectful towards Silent Destruction God Emperor, and he suspected the ancestor might have pledged allegiance to the Silent Destruction God Emperor as his master. He dared not ask too much. After all, before he became a disciple, Sword Annihilation Ancestor had mentioned that he bore a great cause and effect, and he didn't want to bear this burden prematurely. When you become powerful enough to roam the world invincibly and have set foot in outer heaven, living a carefree life, you will learn of my legend, the Silent Destruction God Emperor said, looking into the distance, his tone completely calm without a trace of emotion. What a poser! Liya thought to himself, yet he longed for such an attitude. How many more years would he have to cultivate before he could speak such words with confidence? Sword Annihilation Ancestor followed, saying, "I will do my best to train him to that level." "It doesn't matter," the Silent Destruction God Emperor said. I don't care how high his achievements will be in the future. The divine skills have been imparted, and we are clear of debt and responsibility. With those words, the Silent Destruction God Emperor stepped forward, his footsteps landing in the air as if an invisible path lay beneath his feet. Before Liya could even begin to marvel at the Silent Destruction God Emperor's dominance, suddenly, a figure appeared before them. A hand pressed down on the Silent Destruction God Emperor's shoulder, rendering him immobile. The pupils of the Silent Destruction God Emperor suddenly contracted, and in an instant, his face was shrouded in dark energy. Dark armor enshrouded him as he transformed into his true form. Even so, he was horrified to discover that he couldn't break free. The mysterious palm on his shoulder suppressed his Tao fruit, halting everything within his Tao fruit world. Both Li Ya and the Sword Annihilation Ancestor were startled by the sudden appearance of the figure. The Sword Annihilation Ancestor wanted to speak, but an extreme terror pressed down upon him, leaving him unable to move or speak. Li Ya also experienced the suppression, but he wasn't panicked, because the figure of the newcomer was forever unforgettable to him. It was the supporting Tao sword Venerable. It was Guan, using the Demon Shadow Divine skill. Wrapped in dark purple demonic chi, Guan looked even more sinister than the Silent Destruction God Emperor. He stood at the edge of a cliff, a single hand pressing down the Silent Destruction God Emperor suspended in midair, preventing him from advancing further. All of heaven and earth seemed to quiet at once. Your legend? Guan's voice rose, and his right hand squeezed. The Silent Destruction God Emperor was annihilated in an instant, turning into a wisp of black chi, which then condensed in Guan's palm. The powerful Silent Destruction God Emperor was completely defenseless in Guan's grasp. Seeing the Silent Destruction God Emperor being annihilated instantly, both Li Ya and the Sword Annihilation Ancestor's eyes widened. Guan turned his head. Although they couldn't see his face clearly, Li Ya and the Sword Annihilation Ancestor felt as if they were being seen through, especially the Sword Annihilation Ancestor, who was extremely fearful. A voice echoed in the Sword Annihilation Ancestor's mind, "You shall not utter a single word about today's events." With the voice's fall, Guan vanished into thin air. As he disappeared, the terrifying suppressive force also vanished. The Sword Annihilation Ancestor felt like a great weight had been lifted, but he was still shaking with residual fear. Liya stood still on the spot. The words of the Silent Destruction God Emperor still echoed in his ears. Go to outer heaven to hear his legend. The legend, could it be extinguished by Guan? With a mere hand? Liya was caught in a shock. Only a moment ago, he had been inwardly convinced that the Silent Destruction God Emperor was the only one who could possibly be stronger than Guan. And yet Guan had appeared and extinguished the Silent Destruction God Emperor. At this moment, he even harbored a ridiculous suspicion. Could it be that Guan had heard his inner thoughts, and that's why he appeared? Then, he dismissed this suspicion, thinking himself foolish to come up with such an absurd reason. He began to feel confused. What enmity did Guan have with the Silent Destruction God Emperor? He turned his head to look at the Sword Annihilation Ancestor, and his expression changed accordingly. After so many years together, he had never seen the Sword Annihilation Ancestor show such a look. Fear, despair, relief, nervousness, and more. Seeing the Sword Annihilation Ancestor with such a complex and troubled expression, Liya felt as if something inside him had shattered. How could the master he revered be less formidable than Junior Brother Gu? He suddenly felt lost. Chapter 532, Ascending to Yellow Heaven, Emperor of Absolute Thought. Liya struggled to adjust his emotions. He looked at Sword Annihilation Ancestor, cautiously asking, "Master, are you all right?" Although the image of his master had collapsed in his heart, the many years of guidance were a kindness he could not forget. Sword Annihilation Ancestor came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and said, "I'm all right, but you must forget today's events, or it will bring about great trouble." He knew very well how terrifying the Silent Destruction God Emperor was, and this one was the original entity. Having the capability to suppress the Silent Destruction God Emperor so easily, the Tao practice of that being just now. Sword Annihilation Ancestor couldn't help but tremble. He even dared not think deeper. The pressure Li Ye felt was far less than that of Sword Annihilation Ancestor. He didn't feel that Sword Annihilation Ancestor was too cowardly. After all, considering his relationship with Guan would definitely take care of him. Junior brother Gu sure knows how to scare my master, truly not giving any face. Li Ye felt emotional. He also couldn't help but wonder, just how high was junior brother Gu's cultivation level? How could such an unrivaled powerful existence be so easily defeated by junior brother Gu? Li Ye couldn't figure it out. He just couldn't understand. How many years had Guan cultivated, and how many hardships had he endured to become so powerful? Li Ye couldn't imagine. Go to Wuxia world. Sight Sword Annihilation Ancestor also couldn't imagine, even as a profound Yuan-free immortal, in his knowledge, apart from the celestial spirit god guarding the world gate, the silent destruction god emperor was the most powerful being. Previously, supporting Dao Sword Venerable had exterminated the incarnation of the silent destruction god emperor, and when the silent destruction god emperor himself arrived, it frightened supporting Dao Sword Venerable to leave the celestial spirit great world, undeniably proving the power of supporting Dao Sword Venerable. But now, Sword Annihilation Ancestor could accept the defeat of the silent destruction god emperor, but could not accept that the silent destruction god emperor had no power to fight back. The celestial spirit great world became a frightening place in the eyes of Sword Annihilation Ancestor. The once center of the great thousand world indeed hid unfathomable and terrifying cause and effect. He dared not be curious about who that being was, only hoping he could forget. Having lived for so many years, he knew very well that even without speaking, remembering certain things could also bring boundless trouble. On the other side, Guan had already returned to the Taoist field of the beginningless. The reason he spared Sword Annihilation Ancestor was firstly due to Li Ya's face, and secondly because he had ways to eliminate the cause and effect, ensuring the incident wouldn't be spread. He arrived in his courtyard, lying on a chair. He raised his right hand and flipped it open, revealing a black pearl, which was transformed from the silent destruction god emperor. The black pearl was not the true body of the silent destruction god emperor, but was suppressed by Gu and his power of cause and effect. Within the black pearl, the silent destruction god emperor was helpless, unable to escape, only to be handled by Guan. The silent destruction god emperor had possessed so many of the Long clan's juniors, Guan couldn't just kill him. He needed to understand the reasons. He began to soul-search the silent destruction god emperor. The flowers and grass in the courtyard slightly swayed, and sparrows chirped on the old trees, enhancing the liveliness of the courtyard. Shenzhen came back carrying a bamboo basket. She was in a good mood, humming a little tune she had heard from the folk. When she saw Guan admiring a black pearl, she couldn't help but ask, "What is the origin of the pearl in your hand?" She was just curious and didn't think much about it. Usually, Guan liked to fiddle with little gadgets, making others feel cultivation was easy for the highly skilled, with no need for daily practice. "I picked it up in the river," Guan casually replied. His heart, however, was filled with murderous intent. Through soul-searching, he saw the tragic conditions of generations of the Long clan's talented members. The lighter cases were possession. The severe ones endured endless torment, being tortured to death alive. The silent destruction god emperor was not reincarnated into the Long clan, but targeted the exceptionally talented disciples of the Long clan for possession, thus seizing their lives. If the possession failed, he would find ways to take their bloodline, making the victims endure unimaginable pain. As Guan had guessed, the silent destruction god emperor had indeed targeted the Long clan's bloodline because of Long Zhan. The divine emperor had noticed Long Zhan when he roamed the universe. He found Long Zhan's growth rate astounding, hence always kept him under covert observation. When Long Zhan crossed the 9 heavens of the immortal path, he felt threatened, thus making his move to execute him. Afterward, he took Long Xian as his disciple and assisted Long Xian in rebuilding the battle court, having a genuine mentor-disciple bond with Long Xian without ever attempting possession. Later, Long Xian was killed by a supreme being, and the silent destruction god emperor could not avenge him, which deeply provoked the silent destruction god emperor. Afterwards, Long Xin's grandson exhibited a talent no less impressive than Long Zhan's. He then became greedy, continuously searching and continually failing, making him more obstinate, eventually leading to a great disaster. The one who killed Long Exen came from ascending to Yellow Heaven, known as Emperor of Absolute Thought. In the memory of the silent destruction god Emperor, at that time, he had yet to reach the middle stage of the innate golden immortal realm. Facing the Emperor of Absolute Thought, he was completely powerless and only managed to escape by using a secret technique. After that, he never encountered the Emperor of Absolute Thought again, and he dared not venture to ascending to Yellow Heaven, which seemed to be a forbidden place to him. Besides, Guwen also learned about another existence. Immortal Emperor. This person was the Lord of the War Court, initiating the war that overthrew the power of the Long clan. He was also the longest ruling entity of the battle court, claiming he could be eternally immortal as long as a living being could chant his title, allowing him to resurrect. The silent destruction god Emperor was also wary of the immortal Emperor. The two never clashed. It's worth mentioning that the immortal Emperor was not interested in the Long clan spending years in seclusion. It was his offspring who, fearing the Long clan's resurgence, began the extermination. As Guwen continuously extracted memories, Shenzhen sat on a nearby stool, quietly watching him. For some reason, she felt the black pearl in Guwen's hands had a not-so-simple origin. Moreover, Guwen's current state gave her an indescribable feeling of profound mystery. She felt like painting. Hence, she took out a palette and set it up in front of her, then hung up a sheet of paper and took out her ink and brush. Guwen noticed her actions but said nothing. Time quickly passed. After a long while, after Guwen finished plundering the memories of the silent destruction god Emperor, he clenched his right hand, shattering the black pearl. You have successfully seized the lifespan of the silent destruction god Emperor, middle stage of innate golden immortal realm, 415,098,273,628 years, 15 billion years of lifespan. Upon seeing this prompt, dark thoughts of slaying innate golden immortals arose in Guwen's heart, but he quickly suppressed them. To live to the innate golden immortal realm, one must surely not be ordinary. Like the silent destruction god Emperor, his master, close friends, and disciples were all extraordinary. Just killing him was manageable, as Guwen could erase the cause and effect, but if he killed too many, it would always lead to major trouble. Regardless, eradicating the silent destruction god Emperor resolved a great concern for Guwen. After that, he could fully enjoy life and watch his disciples grow. Guwen turned his head to look at Shenzhen nearby, curious about the kind of painting she had created. He saw Shenzhen holding the brush, her expression slightly blank, completely fixed in front of the palette, motionless. Guwen immediately stood up and walked over to her, making his way to her side, looking at the drawing paper with squinting eyes. The paper depicted a man with white hair and blood clothes, standing atop a mountain peak, gazing up at the sun, moon, and stars. Although Shenzhen's drawing was not very clear, Guwen could recognize the person instantly. Long Xin's grandson, Long Jun's son, Long Mie. The character extinction in Long Mie was derived from the silent destruction god Emperor, who had visited him when he was just born. At that time, the silent destruction god Emperor hadn't yet realized Long Mie's talent. This scene in the painting had not appeared in the memories of the silent destruction god Emperor. After the silent destruction god Emperor captured Long Mie, and before he had attempted possession, they encountered a great Dao storm on the path of the great Dao, which obliterated Long Mie while severely injuring the silent destruction god Emperor. Chapter 533 Buddha Immortal. Could Long Mie be alive? Guwen gazed at the painting by Shenzhen and speculated thus in his heart. Indeed, in the memories of the silent destruction god Emperor, he and the battle court were doing their utmost to slaughter the Long clan, yet descendants of the Long clan always managed to escape. Only when Long Qing came into the picture did the silent destruction god Emperor seem to hold some trepidation, beginning to observe secretly. Could it be that Long Mie was protecting the descendants of the Long clan from the shadows? As Guwen pondered this, he lifted his hand and gently patted Shenzhen's shoulder. Shenzhen suddenly snapped back to reality. Subconsciously, she turned her head to see Guwen, and upon recognizing him, she let out a sigh of relief. She spoke up. Just now, I felt as if I'd fallen into some sort of magic barrier. I saw a person who kept staring at me. It was so frightening. During the conversation, she glanced over at her own painting, fear showing in her eyes for the first time. Guan asked, "What else did you see?" Shenzhen began to describe the magical barrier she had experienced. Below the mountains in the painting was a sea of blood with bones bobbing up and down, a sight so startling it was unbearable. The blood sea felt so oppressive to her that she couldn't bring herself to depict it. The man in blood clothes standing atop the mountain peak gave Shenzhen an endless sense of desolation. Even though she couldn't see this man's past, she could feel the deep vengeance of the blood sea he bore and his lonely, unsupported existence. Go to Wuxia world. Sight listening to Shenzhen describe the feelings Long Mie incited in her, Guan sighed internally. It appeared the karmic resolution for the Long clan hadn't been completely settled yet. After Shenzhen had finished speaking, Guan said teasingly, "It seems your enlightenment could also bring about a heart demon. You'll have to be careful in the future." Shenzhen nodded, but she was somewhat perplexed in her heart. She had been looking at Guan when she painted this scroll, which meant the person in the painting likely had some kind of connection to Guan. Seeing that Guan didn't wish to speak, she refrained from asking more. Over the years, through Guan's guidance, she had painted many pictures and was well aware that Guan had an extraordinary background. Precisely because of this, she refrained from asking too much, so as not to cause trouble for Guan. After chatting for a while, Guan turned and went back inside. He still needed to reflect deeply on the memories of the silent destruction god emperor and contemplate when to make a move against the battle court. The battle court was created by his reincarnation body. Now that it had been usurped and was used for evil, he had to resolve this karmic thread. After watching Guan return to the house, Shenzhen's gaze fell back on the painting, her expression turning curious. How strange, why does he resemble Guan somewhat? Shenzhen mumbled to herself, suddenly forming a bold speculation. Could the man in the painting be one of Guan's past lives? Thinking this, her heart suddenly felt uncomfortable. Guan was always so kind to those around him, never losing his temper. He was always willing to shoulder the troubles of others, yet he himself had endured hardships unimaginable to ordinary people. Shenzhen had always found Guan to be great, able to treat people well, and even rescue all living beings. But as her realm grew higher, her admiration for Guan only increased. Guan always managed to refresh her view of him. Shenzhen looked at the person in the painting, her gaze once again becoming unfocused. The yellow sand filled the sky, and the windstorm raged like raging floodwaters and ferocious beasts. An ancient temple lay amidst the sandstorm. Jianghu, his white hair tied behind his head, pushed open the main gate, entered the Buddha hall, and then proceeded to close the door. The divine exotic realm master and divine exotic ghost kings were meditating around the room, each one pale and weak, with the divine exotic realm master's face covered in bloodstains, looking very frightening. The divine exotic ghost king known as Jin Ludao opened his eyes to look at Zhang Buku and asked feebly, "Have you found anything?" Zhang Buku shook his head and said, "It's endless and desolate, without a living soul. The sun overhead grows ever hotter, and at this rate, we will surely be refined away." As these words were spoken, the divine exotic ghost kings all opened their eyes. Damn it, now we're really screwed. I have been saying, we shouldn't chase after that immortal fate. It's unreliable, and given our unique powers, we can't act together. What's the use of saying this now? Master, at least say something. We can't just sit here and accept our fate. That bastard is definitely hiding in the shadows, waiting for us to be powerless to resist. If we fall into his hands, it will be worse than dying under the blazing sun. The Buddha hall fell into noisy chaos, but Zhang Buku had grown accustomed to it. He looked up at the large Buddha statue behind him, which was covered in dust and appeared so ancient. Ever since he had entered this temple, Zhang Buku had felt there was something off with this Buddha statue. Although the divine exotic realm master and the divine exotic ghost kings had all checked it, he still felt uncomfortable. He had the feeling of being watched by a malicious gaze. The divine exotic realm master noticed something wrong with Zhang Buku's expression and asked, "Are you okay?" Zhang Buku looked at him and shook his head. "I'm fine, but I feel there must be a deeper intention for that person leading us into this realm. It's probably not just to wait for us to die because we're no match for him now." As these words came out, the divine exotic ghost kings stopped their bickering and all turned to look at him. Jianghu took a deep breath and said, "My friends, on the way here, you all saw those Buddha heads in the desert, as if left there on purpose by some being guiding us to this temple. Maybe our chance of survival lies within this temple." Hearing this, the divine exotic ghost kings all stood up, looking around. The divine exotic realm master thought it made sense and turned his head to observe the surroundings. Slowly, a heavy silence fell upon the Buddha hall. After a while, everyone's gaze was drawn to the large Buddha statue. Defying the 9 netherworlds, anxious, asked, "Do any of you feel something is off?" His words broke the silence, prompting the other divine exotic ghost kings to speak up, sharing their feelings as if the liveliness could drive away the unease in their hearts. Jianghu's pupils suddenly dilated, his eyes fixed on the large Buddha statue's eyes. Nearly touching the ceiling, the statue's face was shrouded in darkness, making its features blurry. Jianghu saw that its eyes were smiling. This sent a chill through his body, a fear arising instinctively in his heart. Soon, the divine exotic ghost kings quieted down too, as they also noticed the statue smiling a cold, evil grin, sensing a greed that seemed to emanate from it. They slowly gathered together, shoulder to shoulder. The divine exotic realm master stared at the large Buddha statue, took a deep breath, and asked aloud, "May I ask which senior rests here? If we have disturbed you, please show us a way out." As his words trailed off, the eyes of the Buddha statue twisted into 2 sly slits, all the more eerie. "Do you want the immortal fate? It lies right here." An eerily cold laughter rang out, making Jianghu and the others grow even more wary, pressing even closer together. Despite his fear, the divine exotic realm master asked in a steady voice, "We are willing to forsake the immortal fate. May I inquire if the senior will allow us to leave?" "Of course not." The voice drew out the last word before suddenly shouting loudly, startling the divine exotic ghost kings into constant trembling. The Buddha statue's gaze settled on Jianghu and sneered, "I am a Buddha immortal. I need much flesh and blood to revive, though I have no wish to resurrect. One of you will be chosen to inherit my legacy." One of the divine exotic ghost kings asked bravely, "And what of the others?" The Buddha immortal turned to him and replied with a hideous laugh, "Naturally, they will be devoured by my inheritor." The hall fell into silence again. Jianghu felt uneasy under the Buddha immortal's gaze from before, intuitively sensing that they were being toyed with. He might well be selected as the inheritor, only to be attacked by everyone else. The causality tied to silent destruction vanished unexpectedly. "I have no idea who killed him. You've come just in time for me to choose an inheritor so I can be free." The Buddha immortal's voice sounded again, this time as if talking to himself. Chapter 534. The Realm of Eternal Indestructibility. The Buddha immortal's muttering made Jianghu and the others even more nervous, for they could feel the Buddha immortal's urgency, the more so, the more dangerous it was for them. The Buddha statue that the Buddha immortal had transformed into was slightly trembling, as if it were about to crack. "Escape!" The divine exotic realm master immediately gave the order, and almost instantly, the door was breached. Jianghu and the others shot out like lightning, darting into the overwhelming yellow sand. "You think this is what kind of place? Escape? You will soon find that killing each other is easier than escaping, for I have already dissolved the causal bonds between you. From this moment onwards, you are all independent beings." The voice of the Buddha immortal resounded, and Jianghu as well as the divine exotic ghost kings could feel the restraints on themselves disappear. They had obtained the freedom they had longed for. However, they were not relieved. Instead, they were more afraid. How terrifying must be the cultivation level of a Buddha immortal who could easily dissolve divine exotic causality. Even Jianghu, who was afraid of neither heaven nor earth, felt despair. Having left the celestial spirit great world for thousands of years, having endured so many hardships and dangers, is it really going to end today? In Jianghu's mind emerged the faces of Guan and Liya, not knowing how those two were getting by now. Such thoughts came quickly and left quickly in his mind. He did not have the luxury to think about so much. Go to Wuxia world. Sight after killing the silent destruction god emperor, Guan's life resumed its tranquility. The celestial spirit god also made no move, still sitting under the world gate. The 7 subordinates of the silent destruction god emperor had not noticed anything amiss. In their view, it was impossible for anything to happen to the silent destruction god emperor, and since their cultivation level was far below that of the silent destruction god emperor, they could not deduce the silent destruction god emperor's causality. The fall of the silent destruction god emperor, capable of overturning the celestial spirit great world, did not cause any impact on this world. The world's currents surge and ebb, there are always those who call the wind and summon the rain falling from power, and there are always new figures emerging, dominating the scene. Time flew by swiftly. 2,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. The human world has entered a new chapter. This year, just after the new year. Immortal seeking island. Guan was strolling on the street, an Xian and blood prison great saint following behind, with Hu Shaojian walking in front, bending over, continuously introducing the situation along the way for the 3 of them. Hu Shaojian, who was over 8,000 years old, had also reached nirvana, and now held a very high status on Immortal Seeking Island. Many people seeing him so respectfully guiding others, could not help casting curious glances at Guan. However, as soon as they turned their heads, the image of Guan was gone from their minds, leaving them puzzled, but it wasn't long before even that puzzlement disappeared. Guan, looking at the bustling Immortal Seeking Island, had a smile on his face. After leaving the Supreme Sect, Guan still maintained his relationship with Human World Peak and Immortal Seeking Island. Both powers considered him a reclusive great cultivator, and no one associated him with supporting Dao Sword Venerable. The great heaven and earth is too vast. How many great cultivators were there under the heavens, like carps crossing the river? The supporting Dao Sword Venerable had already been forgotten by the world. Hu Shaojian kept talking, all the while observing Guan's expression. Seeing that Guan was satisfied, he felt very excited. Although he often saw Guan, today was different. Immortal Seeking Island was hosting its once-century grand event. He was personally in charge of handling it. The street was full of trading stalls, with cultivation treasures as far as the eye could see. Everything that met the eye was his accomplishment, so naturally, he hoped Guan would praise him. Actually, by now, he no longer needed to get anything from Guan, but he knew why he could have all this. He cherished it, and was determined to cling to Guan's coattails for a lifetime, serving him. He wasn't afraid that Guan wouldn't command him to do things. He was afraid that Guan would forget him. "You've done very well, keep it up," Guan said with a smile. Immortal Seeking Island was also important to him. Almost all of his medicinal herb seeds came from Immortal Seeking Island, as did the rewards he bestowed upon his disciples. Despite his high realm, he didn't want to revert to sneaky deeds. He wanted to speed up his path to gaining strength, and it wasn't difficult, but what he desired was to grow stronger steadily and without remorse. If he could achieve that, it would be even better. "I will definitely do better." Hu Shaojian was as excited as if he were on a chicken blood stimulant. Guan's gaze fell upon a stall where an old man sat on the ground, disheveled, with a young boy squatting beside him. This elder was familiar to Guan. He had paid attention to him before. Qi Jiuxiao, a genius from the Star Sea congregations, had once competed for Divine Exotic City on the Tai Tsong continent. Guan had saved Anhao at the time, and also incidentally rescued Qi Jiuxiao and Qi Bei who were accompanying Anhao. This Qi Jiuxiao was no ordinary figure, stepping into the Nirvana realm at the age of 500, what an exaggeration. In terms of the speed of his early cultivation, he was even faster than Anhao, mainly due to the resources of the Star Sea congregations at his disposal. If reaching the Nirvana realm first were to determine talent, then the offspring of the immortal dynasty born in the Nirvana realm could not all be said to possess more talent than Anhao, could they? Guan could sense that Qi Jiuxiao was injured. While his realm remained, he was unable to gather mana within his body. The boy beside him was his progeny left in the human world, now by his side. Thousands of years had passed, and the situation in the human world had continually changed. The Star Sea congregations had encountered upheaval, with many internal families being purged, including the Qi family. The Star Sea congregations were of no concern to Guan, and he had no intention of caring. Had it not been for people like Hao, profound celestial intent, Li Ye, and Zhang Buku who had gone to the Star Sea congregations to cultivate, he wouldn't even bother paying attention to the organization. Guan simply glanced and then withdrew his gaze, continuing forward. Qi Jiuxiao didn't notice Guan's attention, his mind preoccupied with concerns that the bustling streets could not dispel. "Master, how long will we stay here?" The boy next to him asked, his eyes falling on Guan and others, feeling that these people had an extraordinary status, their aura completely different from the passers-by. Qi Jiuxiao, with his head lowered, softly said, "Until the Immortal Seeking Conference ends." Upon hearing this, the boy sighed, looking at the lively and bustling street, full of longing in his eyes. Since his birth, he had been alone, and it was only last year that he became Qi Jiuxiao's disciple. He cherished his current life, but also longed for a better path in immortal cultivation. After spending half a day at Immortal Seeking Island, Guan took an Xian and Blood Prison Great Saint away. The two had purchased many items on the island, planning to bring them back for the others in the dojo. Back at the dojo, Guan stood before the mountain of 10,000 swords and retrieved the treasured swords that he had selected at Immortal Seeking Island, embedding them into the mountain. The mountain of 10,000 swords now bristled with treasured swords, each containing its own unique sword intent. After placing the swords, Guan began to admire his creation. Over the years, aside from comprehending the Great Tao, he had not neglected the Sword Tao. He could now connect with the Sacred Heart Sword Tao created by Yang Xian. After all, Yang Xian was him, so controlling the Sacred Heart Sword Tao was not difficult for him. The Sacred Heart Sword Tao, everlasting within the river of Sword Tao, sparked Guan's interest in the river of Sword Tao. If the Tao could become a river, then it could be everlasting. This mystery fascinated him. He hoped that his mountain of 10,000 swords could reach the state of being eternal too. After watching for a while, Guan suddenly felt something, his pupils reflecting a scene. There was a great battle upon the river of Sword Tao. Both combatants possessed the cultivation level of profound Yuan-free immortal. Their Sword Tao prowess was incomparable, not even weaker than the Sword Annihilation ancestor. Guan observed their Sword Tao clash and understood their complex causality. Both hailed from different great thousand worlds, both believers of the Sword Tao, and both looking up to the Sacred Heart Sword Tao. As the long years passed by, Yang Xian was no more, but his Sword Tao had become an eternal existence. Chapter 535. The Calamity of a Strange Golden. The void of endless darkness, a sparkling river flowed quietly, with neither its source nor its end in sight. This was the river of Sword Tao, situated within the space of the Great Tao. There were no stars here, no worlds, only endless darkness, and it was the only light in that darkness. The river of Sword Tao was vast and boundless, radiating an ancient and eternal aura. Somewhere along the river of Sword Tao, two figures were engaging in battle, their forms weaving and sword chi crisscrossing. Their sword chi was incredibly powerful, but when it fell into the vast river of Sword Tao, not even a splash was raised. As the scene zoomed in, looking from behind the two men, the river of Sword Tao seemed like an immense ocean, endless from any direction one looked. The collision of two strands of sword chi, carrying the dominant might that could shatter heavens and earth, forced both figures to retreat in unison, creating a distance of 10,000 miles between them. One of them, dressed in a blue robe and holding a wooden sword, directed his gaze toward his distant opponent, squinting as he spoke, "Such a nimble sword, do you hail from the Kanglan sword domain?" The other sword cultivator, dressed in white robes, held a long, slender black sword in his hand, the blade glinting with flowing light as if water slid across it. In response to the inquiry, the white-robed sword cultivator snorted coldly, "Your sword carries a fighting spirit. I didn't expect Battle Court to have people dedicated to the Sword Tao. I had thought Battle Court was all full of obsessive lunatics." The blue-robed sword cultivator answered, "Continuing our fight won't decide a victor." The white-robed sword cultivator remained silent, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. In the Kanglan sword domain, his sword Dao might not be the strongest, but he was invincible amongst his peers in the same realm, capable of sweeping through opposition even when entering a new great realm. But today he had met his match, and to make matters feel worse, his opponent came from the very battle court he disdained. For a force like the battle court to produce a swordsmanship genius he could not defeat was incredibly frustrating for him. The blue-robed sword cultivator was about to speak again when he suddenly turned his head, and not just him, the white-robed sword cultivator also glanced in the same direction. They both looked towards the same direction, only to see sword qi surging out from within the river of sword Dao, amassing into a figure on the surface of the river. See Tijnell Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Seeing this figure, both sword cultivators frowned simultaneously, a sense of unease filling their hearts. Far in front of Mountain of 10,000 Swords, Guwen also saw this figure. He was unable to deduce the figure's causality, signifying the person's high level of cultivation. Under Guwen's gaze, the mysterious figure slew two profound Yuan-free immortals with a single slash, then turned and walked into the river of sword Dao, disappearing from sight. Although he couldn't see through the figure's causal origins, he felt the use of the Sacred Heart Sword Dao. Speaking of which, even the silent destruction god Emperor could not progress in his path upon seeing the Sacred Heart Sword Dao. Just how alluring was the draw of the Sacred Heart Sword Dao? Although Guwen could control the Sacred Heart Sword Dao, he merely borrowed its power and was unable to extract the Sacred Heart Sword Dao from the river of sword Dao. He could allow others to cultivate the Sacred Heart Sword Dao or forbid it. However, before he integrated the memories of Yang Xian, someone had already begun cultivating the Sacred Heart Sword Dao, and he had no desire to cut off their progress. Guwen retracted his gaze and continued to stand still in place. After a long time, Chen Chuan arrived beside Guwen and said, "Master, I have encountered a bottleneck." Guwen spoke softly, "The time has not come." Chen Chuan was taken aback. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Master, I haven't even said anything yet." The hardest part of immortal cultivation is enduring the years. To resist loneliness and inner restlessness is even more difficult than breaking through realms, Guwen said casually. After speaking, he turned and walked away. Chen Chuan followed his steps and said, "I heard disciples from Qingkuan sect discussing someone named Lia, who wields the 9 Extremes Sacred Heart Sword. Is the 9 Extremes Sacred Heart Sword the one I wanted to obtain thousands of years ago?" With his current Dao practice, he didn't need to leave the Taoist field of the beginningless to peek into Qingkuan sect. Unable to leave the dojo, Qingkuan sect thus became his channel to understand the outside world, and not just for him, it was the same for others within the dojo. Apart from Xin Zhen and Xen, the blood prison great saint, the white spirit rat, the others dared not leave the dojo, nor did they challenge Guwen's different treatment of certain individuals, because they knew these people would follow Guwen eternally, while they themselves did not have such firm resolve. Guwen's decision to keep them was also out of the hope that they would accumulate strength. Guwen responded, and after thousands of years had passed, Chen Chuan finally wanted to go out into the world, both to investigate the cause of his parents' deaths and to satisfy his curiosity about the world. He felt his sword should unsheath, to let the world witness his strength. Seeing Guwen's indifferent attitude, Chen Chuan didn't know what to say. Guwen stopped in his tracks and pointed a finger at Chen Chuan's forehead. Chen Chuan couldn't react in time and was instantly immobilized, completely frozen. Guwen then continued on his way. After a while, Chen Chuan awoke with a start, his back drenched in sweat, and he couldn't help but gasp for air. He genuinely felt the sword aura of 2 sword cultivators on the river of sword Dao and saw how they died. At first, he had admired the figures of the 2 sword cultivators, but then a mysterious entity appeared and extinguished them with a single sword strike. Chen Chuan's pride was dampened, and he could appreciate the painstaking care of his master. "I'm not strong enough yet, the time hasn't come," Chen Chuan muttered to himself, his eyes gradually becoming resolute. Night fell, and Guwen was reading in the study, the candlelight illuminating his face. At the table, there was another person reading. It was Xin Zhen. Shen Zhen had idle time. disliking qi absorption cultivation. Whatever book Guan was reading, she would also read, and the two would often discuss. Guan also enjoyed discussing with her. The two were initially connected by their love for books. The books that Guan enjoyed reading, she would also read, and they would even write books for each other. Guan was engrossed in his book when he suddenly heard the divine exotic immortal spirit speak. At that moment, Xinjun looked up, her voice excited. This plot twist is great. In a rainy night, they start fighting over a blood feud, and when the male lead is gravely injured, they share an intimate moment to settle regrets, then kill him amid complex emotions. Guan gave her a look and said, "Can you not read these chaotic books?" He put down the book in his hand and took the book Shenzhen was holding, then studied it carefully. Shenzhen chuckled and fetched another book from the shelf beside her. "Master, please save him. I feel if he dies, I might die too." The voice of the divine exotic immortal spirit rang out in Guan's heart, anxious. It was speaking of the divine exotic realm master, the source of power of divine exotic city. Guan, annoyed, replied in his heart, "With me here, even if he dies, you won't die." Upon hearing this, the divine exotic immortal spirit was overjoyed, thanked him, and then dared not bother Guan any further. Since entering the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm, Guan's sense of karma had reached new heights. 2,000 years ago, he had heard Zhang Buku's cry for help, but he wanted to use this crisis to make Zhang Buku stronger, so he had not intervened. When the time was right, he would naturally take action. After the divine exotic immortal spirit calmed down, Guan's thoughts drifted. He thought of Zhang Chuanqiu, his first senior brother when he first joined the Supreme Sect. He remembered how Zhang Chuanqiu used to train him and Meng Lang, as if it were a scene from the distant past. "Senior brother, your son will eventually go to reincarnation to find you. I look forward to the day we can reunite," Guan said with a slight smile, thinking to himself. In his pupils, a figure appeared, a lean monk that seemed ghostly. Buddha Immortal. If Zhang Buku could not deal with the Buddha Immortal, then Guan, as his martial uncle, naturally had to stand up for him. It just so happened that the Buddha Immortal had a good relationship with the Silent Destruction God Emperor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 536, Celestial Court Immortal Gods. Immortal yellow sands swirled into the sky, and within a valley where not a single blade of grass grew, there sat a small blood-red lake in the center, surrounded by cliffs so neatly cut that the valley resembled a gigantic pit, with yellow sand forming an overcast dome above it. In the blood-red lake, Zhang Buku sat bare-chested, with blood acting like long snakes wrapping around his body, constantly writhing. The divine exotic realm master sat at the edge of the lake. Compared to 2,000 years ago, he seemed like a different person, emaciated to the bone, his eyes lifeless, appearing like a skeleton sitting still. Looking around, one could see numerous corpses, all of which were those of the divine exotic ghost king, each having met a horrific, fierce death. Suddenly, a yellow wind descended from the sky, forming a skull above the blood lake. It was the head of a Buddha statue, ancient and time-worn. It was indeed the head of a Buddha Immortal. The Buddha Immortal looked down at Zhang Buku, a strange smile appearing on his face. Zhang Buku seemed to sense something and opened his eyes. He looked up at the Buddha Immortal, his expression calm, not panicked. He asked, "What, you can't resist making a move against me?" The Buddha Immortal sneered in response, "You are now considered my disciple, how should you speak to your master?" Zhang Buku didn't respond, just calmly staring at him. He had stayed here for 2,000 years, enduring torturous pain. His heart had been tempered 1,000 times, and even now, facing death, he would not be flustered. "Indeed, I like your gaze. You are much stronger than these waste ones," the Buddha Immortal disdainfully said. The divine exotic realm master at the edge of the lake trembled slightly, yet was unable to raise his head. Source: Web novel. Calm, updated on. Zhang Buku merely glanced at him without caring. Zhang Buku knew that mere verbal concern would not help him. "Why do you think I chose you?" the Buddha Immortal suddenly asked. Zhang Buku looked at him, waiting for his answer. The Buddha Immortal seemed not to mind Zhang Buku's attitude and smiled. You were meant to die, saved by others, your destiny changed. People like you are numerous, known as life changers. The greater the change in your destiny, the more complex your karma. That means, the higher your cultivation level, you will gradually become an anomaly of the heavenly Tao and even the great Tao. Life changers are destined for a life of hardships. Cultivation is more challenging for you than for others, but you're also more likely to encounter fortuitous opportunities. Meant to die? Zhang Buku immediately thought of Master Gu. Without Master Gu's rescue, he would have already died. So, I bear such karma, and you choose me, aren't you afraid of the trouble? Zhang Buku asked, staring at the Buddha Immortal. The Buddha Immortal showed a sly smirk. Kid, do you aspire to be an immortal god? Your destiny pattern suits well to ascend to the celestial court. The celestial court? Indeed, that is the domain of the immortal gods. They are the true immortal gods, protected by the celestial Tao destiny. As long as the heavenly Tao remains unaltered, they do not perish. They wield the supreme power, ruling over all the great thousand world. The reason the human world has immortal gods is also because of them. However, mortal spirits cannot see them, and they disdain letting mortal spirits behold their true forms. The Buddha Immortal spoke in a beguiling tone, the appeal of immortality immense. Even the transformed Zhang Buku felt emotional turbulence within. Sir, the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Cultivating for immortality, isn't it all for longevity? Power does not always come from cultivation level, family background, or a sect, but longevity can only be achieved on one's own. Even though Zhang Buku had traversed many realms, he had never heard of anyone achieving eternal life. I too once belonged to the celestial court, but immortality for me turned into a shackle. Thus, I wish to leave. However, the celestial Tao immortal position cannot be left vacant, otherwise the celestial court will not spare me. You are meant to replace me. The Buddha Immortal looked at Zhang Buku seriously, his voice now devoid of mirth. Zhang Buku asked, Is it that easy to replace? The Buddha Immortal replied, The celestial court isn't the sect you imagine it to be. Immortal gods do not often meet one another. Many immortal gods spend their lives confined to one place, never entering the celestial court, not meeting other immortal gods. To even glimpse the celestial precepts is already a great fortune in life. Zhang Buku understood upon hearing this. The Buddha Immortal status in the celestial court must be very low, so low that hardly anyone pays attention. This realization bittered his heart. Even the lowest existence in the celestial court could bring him endless despair. Such a terrifying place it was, and he felt that stepping into it would lead to endless troubles. According to the Buddha Immortal, although the celestial Tao immortal position grants immortality, it also strips one of their freedom. Perhaps the Buddha Immortal could only guard this realm. If he had to stay in this sandy world forever, he could not accept it. Seeing Zhang Buku fall into despair, the Buddha Immortal continued, Only by accepting the celestial Tao immortal position will I give that fellow a chance to live. He can't hold on much longer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Buku turned to look at the divine exotic realm master, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. The Buddha Immortal flew upwards, his voice following him down. Becoming an immortal god, although you lose your freedom, you still have hope. If you die, there is no hope at all. His voice gradually faded, and his figure soon disappeared into the sands. Zhang Buku stared at the divine exotic realm master, his heart tormented. He owed a debt of gratitude to the divine exotic realm master and could not ignore it. But if he lost his freedom, he could never see Master Gu, Liya again. How long could the non-immortal Master Gu, Liya live? Zhang Buku felt anguished, struggling to make a decision. Meanwhile, in the sands, the Buddha Immortal was still observing Zhang Buku's reaction. He showed a sinister and cold smile, murmuring softly, Want to become an immortal? Are you worthy? If I don't break your Tao heart, how can I take possession of you? Suddenly, he felt his head pressed by a palm, making his eyes widen in horror as he discovered he couldn't move, nor could he even project his divine sense. In that moment, his senses failed him. He couldn't see what was above him, nor could he mobilize the mana within his body. "Who is it?" The Buddha Immortal bit back his fear and asked through gritted teeth. He felt an extremely powerful force of karma around him, isolating him. Now, even if he roared exhaustingly, Jianghu wouldn't hear or even see him. Many speculations fluttered through the Buddha Immortal's mind. Whoever was suppressing him was definitely above an innate golden immortal. An existence above an innate golden immortal was not someone he could afford to provoke. Since you know he is a life changer, why didn't you think more about who changed his destiny for him? A raspy voice reached the Buddha Immortal's ears, making his head tremble. It was for Jianghu. How could this child have such a significant backing? The Buddha Immortal immediately said, "Senior, it is my mistake. I am blind to the truth and could not calculate this karma. I am willing to let him go." "Just let him go?" Pass all your abilities to him, and do not let him know of my existence." "All right, no problem." The Buddha Immortal agreed without hesitation, feeling that if he said no, he would be obliterated instantly. "Ming soon, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 537, Heavenly Tao Inheritor. After the Buddha Immortal left, Jianghu couldn't calm his heart any longer. He continued to cultivate in the blood lake, but his mind was constantly making a choice. 3 days later, Jianghu made a decision. He could only apologize to Master Gu in his heart, unable to repay his kindness. "Buddha Immortal, come out, I agree to your terms. Release him now." Jianghu gritted his teeth as he spoke, feeling that repaying Master Gu's kindness was an eternity away, yet the chance to save the divine exotic realm master was right before his eyes. As his words fell, a gust of wind descended from the sky, and the Buddha Immortal immediately appeared before Jianghu. He hovered not as high as before, but Jianghu didn't notice that. The Buddha Immortal looked at Jianghu with a smile and said, "Don't rush. I've changed my mind. I won't kill him, nor will I force you to inherit the Celestial Tao Immortal position. Truth be told, I don't have the Celestial Tao Immortal position at all. The reason I'm hiding here is that I abandoned the Celestial Tao Immortal position. Heaven does not tolerate me. I intended to possess you and live on through your identity." Upon hearing this, Jianghu's face turned furious. Anyone would be angry if they were played with, especially after enduring 3 days of inner struggle to come to this decision, and now, facing the enraged Jianghu, the Buddha Immortal quickly said, "Anyway, he can still be saved. I've also changed my mind and am prepared to truly cultivate you. For you, this result is better than what you expected." Jianghu looked coldly at the Buddha Immortal, clearly not trusting him. The Buddha Immortal inwardly groaned in distress, but, thinking of that terrifying being, he had no choice but to continue explaining. "Upon calculating, I discovered that possession might not yield a good outcome for me, but your destiny pattern is exceptional. I've decided to teach you to the best of my abilities. If one day you achieve enlightenment and possess power beyond my reach, I hope you can turn back and save me." Jianghu frowned in doubt at these words, half believing and very hesitant. The Buddha Immortal sighed and said, "From my perspective, millions of years are like a single day. I can continue to wait, at least it's safer. If discovered by Celestial Court, then there's no salvation for me." Source: Web novel. Calm, updated on. Jianghu remained silent. The Buddha Immortal immediately turned around, opened his mouth, and spat out a beam of bloody light that fell upon the divine exotic realm master. The realm master's breath rapidly recovered, and their flesh began to look fuller. Seeing this, Jianghu believed him for the most part. However, another confusion arose. Did the Buddha Immortal really come to this realization on his own? Why did the whole situation seem so perplexing? Taoist field of the beginningless, inside a room. Nighttime still filled the view outside the window. Shenzhen was still reading. Gu N's spirit retracted without drawing her attention. To warn the Buddha Immortal, it wasn't Guan himself who went, but a manifestation created by the power of karma. With Jianghu and the divine exotic realm master there, Guan could quickly locate them. Their world's rules of heaven and earth couldn't restrict Guan. To Jianghu, the celestial spirit great world was very, very far away, so distant he didn't know if he could ever return in this lifetime. But in Guan's eyes, Jianghu wasn't too far, even if he was in another great thousand world. Going there wouldn't be too difficult. The hardest part of crossing the great thousand worlds is passing through the world gate, guarded by the celestial spirit god. Guan was different. He could traverse different great thousand worlds using the river of Sword Tao. The river of the great Tao exists outside the universe, an unfathomable concept. The enlightened can use the river of the great Tao to travel to different places. However, most who enter find themselves perplexed and unable to find an exit. Only the desperate enlightened would flee into the river of the great Tao. Contemplating different great Taos allows entering the respective rivers. Those musing on the path of destiny may enter the river of destiny, and those on the Sword Tao may enter the river of Sword Tao. To glimpse the rivers of the great Tao is incredibly challenging. Not every profound yuan-free immortal can do it. It purely depends on one's comprehension. Guan closed the book and said, "Dawn is nearly here. You can go back now." Shenzhen glanced at him and asked, "Why the hurry tonight?" "The last time we discussed Green Hero Travelogue, we talked for a whole day and night. I just went through a struggle and am somewhat tired." Sar the Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. What struggle? My will went to grapple with an existence far beyond the 9 heavens of the immortal path, Guan said, feigning a sense of gravitas. Shenzhen rolled her eyes at this. The night went by, and she never saw Guan rise from his seat. The words sounded hollow to her, and naturally, she did not believe them. "All right then, it's rare that you hurry me along. I just hope you haven't gotten too engrossed in your books." Shenzhen stood up, placed the book she had in her hands on the table, and then turned to leave. As she reached the door, she looked back at Guan and asked, "Do I need to illustrate this book tonight?" Guan glanced at her and said gravely, "How many times must I tell you? There are 3,000 paths to enlightenment, but some paths should be taken less." "Then I won't draw it." "Wait, draw it. It'll help correct your thinking," Guan replied, causing Shenzhen to cover her mouth and giggle. She didn't argue with Guan, instead stepping out of the room. Once Shenzhen had closed the door, Guan took out pen and paper and began to write. In the tranquil cosmic starry sky, the celestial Tao golden core still stood at the end of the long bridge, with an house sitting in meditation before it, looking so solitary. He faced the celestial Tao golden core, brows tightly furrowed. A figure emerged within the celestial Tao golden core, walking toward him, all the way to the edge of the golden core, and then stopped to look at him. "Aren't you still unwilling to let go?" A voice came from within the celestial Tao golden core, seemingly belonging to the young immortal emperor. And Hao didn't open his eyes and said, "It's not that I'm unwilling to let go, I have no choice. You tell me to run, but where can I flee? The river of great Tao is one way out. I am still far from the river of great Tao, and moreover, there are people here I cannot abandon." How foolish! The destruction of heaven and earth is destined. It was long decided that the celestial spirit great world should be destroyed. The only reason why these fragments remain is that the celestial spirit God is waiting for the return of the master of the great world. If you do not flee, you will surely perish along with the fragments of the world. You possess a destiny pattern that should not exist in the great thousand world. To die here would be such a pity. The voice from the celestial Tao golden core came again, urgent in its tone. And Hao did not answer. "Your most revered master has already fled. Don't you understand? Staying here is meaningless." The mysterious voice spoke with a tone of disappointment, prompting Hao to open his eyes. And Hao said gravely, "My master could not possibly flee. If he left, it was for other matters." In his heart, his master was a fearless, transcendent being, one above reproach, even by the whim of heaven. He now realized that the celestial Tao golden core before him was of heavenly Tao, but had betrayed it. The true aim of the celestial spirit god was the master of the golden core. The thought of all the great heaven and earth perishing ignited a fighting spirit within him. He wasn't afraid, nor uneasy, nor even angry. What he had was anticipation. He wanted to make a move amid the destruction, to save the situation from disaster. He sought to be the savior, just like the supporting Tao sword venerable of old, who always managed to turn the tide at the critical moment and save all living beings. He, too, yearned for such a moment. Even if it meant death, he felt it would be worth it. Enough, since that is the case, I shall give you a chance. Other figures began to appear inside the celestial Tao golden core, walking from the depths, more and more of them. As Jianghu saw this scene unfold, his brows furrowed deeply. He did not rise but waited instead. They are all the heavenly Tao inheritors of past generations. Though they have died, their power can be bestowed upon you. You shall be our last chance. Hearing these words, Jianghu's pupils gradually turned gold, just like the celestial Tao golden core, exuding the majesty of heavenly Tao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 538 Imperial Dynasty and Sect. Ever since the Buddha Immortal began teaching Jianghu cultivation, 200 years had passed. With the new spring just over, the nine-spirit continent was bathed in sunlight, its vast mountains and rivers brimming with life, while flocks of birds darted out of the forests. Atop a large tree, Guan leaned against the trunk as he opened his attribute panel to check. Name, Guan, lifespan, 9045/77, 189, 605, 409. Physique, primordial infinite body. Cultivation level, balancing heaven golden immortal realm perfection. Unconsciously, I had reached the age of 9,000. Guan felt emotional in his heart, remembering how in ancient Wuxia, those who were second in power often claimed to be 9,000 years old, a far and immortal age for ordinary people. When he reached the age of 9,000, he still felt very young. Compared to those old monsters, he was still a youngster. Youth is wonderful. Guan's gaze shifted below, where a small stream lay across the forest. On the other side of the stream, an Xian was instructing 3 young disciples of the Jianghu sect, 2 males and 1 female, all appearing to be 17 or 18. They faced an Xian with great respect, afraid of missing any of her words. Guan could hear the thoughts of one young man who marveled at how beautiful an Xian was, his face even blushing slightly. This amused Guan. And Zin's appearance was naturally striking, and coupled with her cultivation at the loose immortal realm, her demeanor was extraordinary, almost like a celestial maiden descending to earth, something these young, newly love-struck juveniles could hardly resist. But with regulations and status differences in place, all they could do was think. After a while, an Xian stood up and said, "All right, you can return now." The 3 Jianghu sect disciples promptly got up and paid their respects. The young man, filled with admiration for an Xian, asked, "Immortal Master, when can we see you again?" The other 2 also looked at an Xian expectantly. An Xian smiled softly, "If fate allows, we will meet again. I only guide each disciple of the Jianghu sect once. It's only fair to the others." Upon hearing this, the 3 felt disappointed yet dared not plead, as before coming their masters and the sect's elders had strictly warned them never to offend the immortal master. An Xian waved her sleeve, sending them 100 miles away, not wanting to waste more words. She turned around and looked from side to side, and only after Guan appeared on a branch did she reveal a smile that would have stunned the 3 disciples had they seen it. During the previous instruction, an Xian had not shown a smile, leading the 3 to believe she didn't smile. "Master, I Ching Shan still claims these 3 have exceptional talent, yet I felt they were quite mediocre," an Xian spoke up. Guan replied, "Perhaps you haven't discovered their unique strengths yet. Everyone has virtues." Sarthanel Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Reflecting on his words, an Xian thought about herself and found her master's words to be reasonable. After all, her Tao practice wasn't sufficient. If she were as powerful as her master, even a common white spirit rat could be trained into a demon king. Guwen flipped down from the branch, leading an Exian towards the dojo. An Exian began to recount the major recent events within the Jianghu sect. It was said that a genius had emerged within the Jianghu sect. This disciple originally possessed mediocre talent, and his fiancée had been snatched away by a prodigy of the sect, while his family members were killed. Although many suspected the prodigy was responsible, there was no evidence. Many pitied this disciple, but that was all they could do. After several hundred years of obscurity, this disciple surprisingly demonstrated extraordinary cultivation talent and formidable combat abilities. He challenged the prodigy to a life-and-death combat, and the prodigy had agreed. Life-and-death combat was a rule within the Jianghu sect, necessitating both parties to verbally agree at the law enforcement hall and sign a contract before the combat could proceed. Additionally, harming one's fellow sect members was considered a severe crime. This rule was established to provide an opportunity for those who sought to resolve their grudges. Guwen listened attentively. He didn't feel any sympathy, for such stories were too common in the human world, and there were cases even more tragic than this. He did not even bother to speculate about the outcome. Currently, not everyone could capture his attention. Just looking after people like Li Ya and An Hao, he felt already overwhelmed. Since he had relinquished his responsibilities of guarding the Supreme Sect and the Tai Tsong continent, Guwen's days had become more relaxed. Now was the time he enjoyed most in life, where he could accumulate lifespan and have endless time to do what he desired. Recently, he had been delving into pottery. He planned to build a small town at the edge of the dojo for fun, not for any profit. As Guwen and an Exian were casually discussing the events within the Jianghu sect, far away at the Supreme Sect, Long Qing was also troubled by matters within the sect. Now, Long Qing had become a candidate for sect leader, managing all affairs of the sect, while LV Baitin had long retreated to pursue Taoist techniques. In the Elder Hall, Long Qing sat at the primary seat with Long Jun and Candle Star standing on his sides. Dozens of elders gathered in front, incessantly debating. The Tai Tsong imperial dynasty has always followed orders from the Supreme Sect. Li Xiandao actually allowed his generals to compete with our direct disciples for precious treasures. Clearly he's testing us. That's right, Li Xiandao has really gone too far in recent years. The imperial power should not be controlled by one person. I think Li Xiandao wants to become a ruler like those of the Immortal dynasty. Don't forget, the Immortal dynasty was the one who started the war against the Holy Court. With the Saint King of the Holy Court supporting Li Xiandao, he indeed has the capacity to be arrogant. The most critical point is that this Saint King is a disciple of the supporting Dao Sword Venerable. If Dragon Gate Master could persuade Yang Jian, would Li Xiandao still dare to be rampant? The elders discussed fervently. Ji Hantian looked at Long Qing seriously. Long Qing, do you have a way to contact your master? Upon this statement, everyone fell silent. The reason Long Qing felt troubled was because it involved Yang Jian, who he heard was the favorite disciple of his master. He answered, I cannot, but with my master's Tao practice, he is certainly watching every move of the Supreme Sect. Ji Hantian remained silent, and the elders exchanged glances. Many elders had never met the supporting Dao Sword Venerable, but they had heard many legends about him. Especially after entering the Elder Hall, they understood more about his esteemed status within the Supreme Sect. As long as the sword intent on the heaven-repairing platform remained undissipated, the revered status of the supporting Dao Sword Venerable within the Supreme Sect would not fade, nor would anyone dare to challenge his authority. An ancient sect elder spoke up. The Tai Tsong imperial dynasty has already dominated many seas, and although the Supreme Sect is growing stronger, its expansion is not as aggressive as that of the Tai Tsong imperial dynasty. I think instead of suppressing the Tai Tsong imperial dynasty, we should focus on developing the Supreme Sect. Once the Supreme Sect is strong enough, the Tai Tsong imperial dynasty will naturally come back to us. Hearing this, a female elder couldn't help but retort, Develop? How do we develop? We are a sect, and our disciples' main duty is cultivation, not territorial expansion, plus we claim to adhere to the righteous Tao and must not plunder. Her words resonated with many. Suddenly, Candle Star chuckled. Looking to develop? Your opportunity has indeed arrived. Everyone immediately looked at him, their faces filled with expectation. Candle Star was a highly accomplished Taoist, and his words might be true. Moreover, Candle Star had accompanied Long Qing for thousands of years, frequently aiding the supreme sect, thus holding immense prestige, which was also why Long Qing could swiftly wield great power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 539, Celestial Spirits End. Invincible Power. Ji Hantian looked at Candle Star and asked respectfully, I hope the senior can enlighten us. What exactly is the opportunity? Candle Star smiled and said, the Immortal Dynasty will soon disperse. That is the opportunity. The Immortal Dynasty will disperse? Wish. The elders were shocked. To them, the Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court were colossal entities within great heaven and earth, overlord-level forces. The chaos in the world was due to the struggle between these two powers. How could the Immortal Dynasty, which had stood through countless calamities, now fall? Long Qing also felt surprised and looked at Candle Star in astonishment. Candle Star smiled and said, ever since the young Immortal Emperor perished, although the Immortal Dynasty has introduced a new Immortal Emperor, he simply cannot quell the internal turmoil. Thousands of years have passed, and this towering tree of Tsangtian is finally going to fall. But with its fall comes vigorous life for all beings on the earth, be it Taoist techniques, magical treasures, or fortunes of the land. The supreme sect could gain much, much more from the fall of the Immortal Dynasty. These words made the elders' hearts surge with excitement. They began to inquire when the Immortal Dynasty would fall, to which Candle Star smiled mysteriously and said, soon. The news of the Immortal Dynasty's impending fall spread throughout the world like a whirlwind, causing great alarm. Without the Immortal Dynasty, wouldn't the Holy Court dominate the world, and wouldn't the world welcome an era of peace? Such thoughts arose in the hearts of 90% of those in immortal cultivation, and in time, more and more beings and powers started to anticipate the fall of the Immortal Dynasty, which forced the internal factions of the Immortal Dynasty to struggle even more fiercely. It seemed as if the dissolution of the Immortal Dynasty was the direction of the celestial mandate, and under such a major trend, the Holy Court, on the contrary, appeared very silent. Because the young Immortal Emperor had moved another great world next to the Celestial Spirit Great World, powerful forces began to rise there as well. Hearing that the Immortal Dynasty would fall, the powers on the other side developed even more rapidly, as if afraid of missing their chance. Against this backdrop, another 10 years passed. Deep in the universe, within the silent extinction domain, fog from the great Tao surged, making the universe seem so quiet. The World Gate, symbolizing the end of the universe, remained steadfast. The celestial spirit god, sitting in meditation beneath the World Gate, radiated strong heavenly Tao light, dazzling and splendid. Beneath the strong light, the figure of the celestial spirit god seemed to have even more presence than the World Gate. Suddenly, the World Gate burst forth with a red light, flickering slightly, and in nearly an instant, the celestial spirit god opened his eyes, and two cold rays burst forth, scattering the great Tao fog as if it had met its natural predator. The celestial spirit god stood up, and the space of the universe twisted around him. He raised his right hand and reached out across the distance. As he clenched his fist, the red light on the surface of the World Gate vanished abruptly, and all seemed to return to calm. At the Taoist field of the beginningless, by the lakeside, Guan, who was fashioning clay pottery, looked up and saw the mighty destiny that had enveloped the continent of the Immortal Dynasty dissipate in an instant. Without destiny, the rules binding the immortal spirits suddenly vanished, as did the transcendent force uniting the immortal spirits. Next, the Immortal Dynasty would face unprecedented chaos. Slaughter, plunder, revenge, and so on. Even immortal spirits born into the Nirvana realm revealed the dark side of human nature. The continent of the Immortal Dynasty turned into the human world's hell in a very short span of time. Those who wielded great power began to seek their own interests, tearing apart their usual facades to become entities that the common people of the Immortal dynasty feared. Gu continued to shape his pottery while watching this unfold. Having experienced so many lives through reincarnation, Gu's Dao heart had entered a higher level. In the worlds created by the great Dao, tragic scenes were everywhere. If one could not overcome the psychological impact and emotional pull of witnessing the tragedies of the human world, how was one to achieve enlightenment? Sir the Oval Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. With the celestial spirit God personally dissolving the destiny of the Immortal dynasty, Gu saw the endpoint of the celestial spirit great world. The heaven and earth Dao fruit, symbolizing the heart of heaven and earth, would emerge in the future, and the world's powerful would flock to it. When someone obtained the power of that Dao fruit, the celestial spirit God would appear, and this time he would destroy everything. Pieces of the great world within the universe would cease to exist, one after another. In that vast and spectacular scene of destruction, the celestial spirit God turned and stepped toward the world gate. As he entered the world gate, it too turned into ash, indicating that this universe, this shattered great thousand world, would disappear. Watching this future, Gu couldn't help thinking about Hao, Liya, and others. With the lifespan dojo and his own cultivation level present, even if the universe perished, he was able to keep the people he cared about alive. But Hao, Liya, Long Qing, and profound celestial intent were not the kind to quietly stay in the dojo, and they also had their own loved ones to think about. Human world was like a net, with each person intertwined in countless relationships that connected the whole of great heaven and earth. The person could be insignificant, trivial, but a person could also be crucial, indispensable. Gu was faced with only two choices. The first was to annihilate the celestial spirit God, offend the celestial court. The second was to play dead, give up the world he had lived in for a lifetime. He wasn't in a hurry to decide. Even if he chose to annihilate the celestial spirit God, he would still strive to delay as long as possible. The longer he could stall, the more lifespan he would accumulate, and the more confident he would be in dealing with the trouble from the celestial court that would follow. When faced with trouble, don't rush, don't panic, just one word, delay. Gu said leisurely, the pottery in his hands now taking the shape of a cauldron, its surface seemingly adorned with a dragon. The blood prison great saint, standing by his side, curiously asked, "Master, what are you referring to?" The blood prison great saint could sense the changes in heaven and earth but couldn't pinpoint exactly what was changing. He just felt that the world had become more tense, more dangerous. Any matter? Gu's answer made the blood prison great saint's eyes light up. He felt his master was guiding him. The blood prison great saint pressed on, "Master, how many more years will it take for this great chaos under heaven to end?" Gu looked at the pottery in his hands and said, "It will be faster than you imagine but also worse than you can imagine." He knew what Hao was thinking, understood the young man's lofty ambitions. But no matter how great the opportunities Hao had, even if he merged with the power of the heaven and earth Dao fruit, he wouldn't be a match for the celestial spirit God. Well, it was good for the young man to realize that the affairs of the world were far from as easy as he thought. He'd wait for Hao's despair, then he would make his move. Thinking this, Gu began to look forward to Hao's transformation. Hao was good in every way, except he didn't value feelings enough. His heart was always filled with Gu and Xian. He always felt he was born alone, that he only needed to repay gratitude. As for the wife who didn't show him kindness, he could abandon her. With Hao's cultivation level, he must have sensed that he still had blood relations alive, but he didn't acknowledge them. This displeased Gu simply put, Hao lacked a sense of responsibility. However, it was precisely because Hao had flaws that Gu felt more motivated to guide him. If the young man was perfect, it would be hard for him to give advice. Worse? How bad? Asked the blood prison great saint. Gu glanced at him, and gold light burst forth from his eyes, piercing into the blood prison great saint's forehead, freezing him in place. Afterward, Gu continued to shape the pottery. For a long time, the blood prison great saint awoke with a gasp, then started breathing heavily, trembling all over, sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. and blood quickly filled his eyes. He looked at Guan in fear and asked, "Master, who exactly was that figure?" "The celestial spirit god." Because it was inside the dojo, which isolated cause and effect, Guan wasn't afraid of being discovered by the celestial spirit god. After hearing this, the blood prison great saint memorized the name, looking at Guan, wanting to say more but hesitating. The might of the celestial spirit god had deeply shaken him. He hadn't imagined someone could be so powerful. The vastness of the celestial spirit great world was turned into dust by the celestial spirit god in an instant. Not just the celestial spirit great world, but countless other worlds too were destroyed. The blood prison great saint wanted to ask Guan who was stronger between him and the celestial spirit god but was afraid of offending him. Although the blood prison great saint held Guan in the utmost awe, after witnessing the strength of the celestial spirit god, it was hard to believe again that Guan was invincible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 540. The strongest of the Long family. Guan nearly laughed out loud when he heard the words of the blood prison great saint, but he restrained himself. He did not dispel the blood prison great saint's confusion, preferring to let the fellow continue his anxious trepidation. It served him right since the blood prison great saint had been somewhat negligent in recent years. Seeing that Guan was unwilling to speak, the blood prison great saint's inner perplexity grew, but he dared not voice it. Instead, he pushed aside his inner fears and apprehension and shifted his focus. Even if his master was no match for that person, his master certainly had a strategy in place, or else he would not be so at ease on ordinary days. With this thought, the blood prison great saint's heart gradually calmed. He looked again at Guan's clay molding, finding deep significance in every movement. Today, his master had shown him the fate of the world, surely not acting on a whim. Perhaps it was a warning to him. Under the serene and tranquil years, a catastrophe was always brewing. The blood prison great saint felt sorrow for this world. Major sects and imperial dynasties were ceaselessly vying, chasing after the celestial mandate and heavenly Tao. Yet, in the end, in the face of absolute power, as heaven and earth perished together, all their scheming would be rendered meaningless. Previously, the blood prison great saint wondered why, with such formidable power, his master chose to cultivate in seclusion. Now he understood. His master had seen through everything. The blood prison great saint gazed at the clay in Guan's hands and began to reflect, pondering his own past. After dispersing the destiny of the Immortal dynasty, the celestial spirit god sat down to meditate once more, and Guan no longer paid attention to external affairs, focusing solely on his current task. What followed would be the most chaotic period for the world. Facing such chaos, the Holy Court, contrary to its normal behavior, did not aggressively annex the territories left by the Immortal dynasty but began to withdraw, pulling back to the sacred domain. This further fueled the madness of the world's forces, all eager to seize this opportunity to ascend. The Supreme Sect and the Taizong dynasty were no different. From the highest echelons to the common folk, everyone knew that this was an unprecedented opportunity, a decisive moment for the pattern of the world. All internal conflicts were set aside, and those in power grew increasingly bold and ambitious as each day passed. While the Supreme Sect was frantically exploring the outer realms, Long Qing, on the other hand, was confined to the Third Medicine Valley by Long Jun. On this evening, seated in meditation on a cliff, Long Qing could not help but open his eyes and turn to look at Long Jun, who was reading nearby. Long Jun was holding the investiture of the gods, engrossed in the book, which greatly irritated Long Qing. He had read that book many times over, yet he was still reading it. Long Qing could not comprehend why Long Jun, after imparting the celestial dragon dharma aspect to him, did not take his teaching seriously and even forbade him from venturing out. Most importantly, in the face of Long Jun, even Candle Star dared not utter a word. Studying the celestial dragon dharma aspect was for the destiny of the Long family. Long Qing was willing to accept this mission, but sometimes he wondered if living just to break the family's curse was truly meaningful. He thought of his master, who never rushed his cultivation when he was present. Now, he was being forced to cultivate by someone else. He finally understood his master's words, that bearing karma was not so easy. The time before recovering his destiny pattern was the happiest of his life. The longer he practiced the celestial dragon technique, the more he yearned for the past. No matter how patient one is, there comes a day of eruption. Long Qing was about to burst, and he couldn't help but say, "With the world in such turmoil, do you think the battle court will still come as you said?" Long Jun, without even lifting his head, said, "It has already arrived. It's in the holy court." Long Qing frowned and asked, "Then why haven't they made their move? Killing you would be acting on behalf of the battle court, but this world holds opportunities they cannot resist. That's also why I chose to come to this era. Right now, I can do a lot." Long Jun's answer silenced Long Qing. Irresistible opportunities? He wanted them too. He wanted to become stronger, to be renowned across the world, to live a spirited life. Suddenly, Long Jun asked, "Do you think the Taoist Hong Jun in this book endured countless lonely years to achieve the Tao, or did he struggle through hardships and persevere to attain it?" Hearing this, Long Qing couldn't help but roll his eyes. Could it be that Long Jun was so obsessed because he saw himself in Taoist Hong Jun? He had once been obsessed with the investiture of the gods, and naturally knew that Taoist Hong Jun was the strongest and most mystic presence within it. At least Taoist Hong Jun, when facing difficulties, didn't pin his hopes on future generations, quipped Long Qing. Upon hearing this, Long Jun fell silent. Only the sound of the wind remained atop the cliff. The more Long Qing thought about it, the more he became frustrated. Why should he bear the burden of the Long clan's mission? The debt of life was too great. Forcing him to cultivate his ancestors' dharma aspects to fight for him, why was he so rebellious? If the ancestors were so powerful, how could the Long clan end up like this? Sir the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Long Qing truly didn't believe that the Long clan had the strength to defy the battle court. The more he thought, the angrier he became, and with anger came despair in the depths of his heart. Qi blood surged, causing him to feel dizzy. The world in his eyes shook unceasingly, the dusk-lit celestial vault so desolate and beautiful, it gave him a sense of facing the end. At that moment, he felt slightly relieved in his heart. If he were to fall now, it wouldn't be so bad. If life was for death, then why not die earlier? Long Qing gradually lost control of his body, beginning to topple to the side. A hand caught his head, preventing him from falling. In a daze, he saw a figure appear before him, standing on the edge of the cliff, back facing him. The figure was so majestic, exuding an earth-shattering presence, making Long Qing feel an unstoppable valor and indomitable spirit. Suddenly, Long Qing's world became clear again. He quickly regained his senses and control over his body, sitting up to find the figure before him gone, as if it were an illusion. The person supporting him was Long Jun. Long Qing hastened to his feet, looking around to find the figure he had just seen. For some unknown reason, he felt that the figure was very powerful, perhaps capable of solving the archenemy of the Long clan. Standing beside him, Long Jun asked, "What did you just see?" Without thinking, Long Qing replied, "I saw someone, his back was turned to me." Unable to find the figure, Long Qing turned to Long Jun and, seeing a look of relief on Long Jun's face, couldn't help but ask, "Do you know who that person was?" Long Jun replied, "When you cultivate the celestial dragon dharma aspect, the first thing you'll see is Emperor Longxin, which is my father's image. Actually, to cultivate the celestial dragon dharma aspect, you need intense emotional stimulation, so I didn't give you specific guidance. I wanted to wait for you to initiate it first." Emperor Longxin. Long Qing murmured to himself, the figure from before reflected in his eyes. Long Jun eyed him and said, "Actually, the Long clan is very strong. Many died from accidents or passed away prematurely. If the Long clan were so weak against the battle court, they wouldn't have pressed us so relentlessly." These words eased the resentment in Long Qing's heart significantly. Long Qing couldn't help asking, "Is Emperor Longxin the strongest of our Long clan?" Long Jun shook his head and said, The most powerful feature of the celestial dragon Dharma aspect is that the ancestors you summon might reveal the limits of their strength because different people will summon ancestors of different strengths when they cultivate the celestial dragon Dharma aspect. If you can summon my son, we will have even more hope. Of course, if you could summon all of the Long family members, that would be the most hopeful moment. Long Qing frowned and asked, "Are you sure your son is stronger than Emperor Longxin?" He could not forget the figure of Emperor Longxin, so unbeatable. He did not believe any other member of the Long family could be stronger than Emperor Longxin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 541. Just enough to wipe out the celestial and earthly immortals. Once you can cultivate his Dharma aspect, you will understand that he can bear all hope. Long Jun turned his head towards the distance, speaking softly, his eyes revealing a sense of nostalgia. Long Qing then continued to fantasize about Emperor Longxin. After a while, he began to inquire about the deeds of Emperor Longxin. Since Long Qing had already entered the threshold of the celestial dragon Dharma aspect, Long Jun's attitude had changed, and he began to recount the deeds of Emperor Longxin, with Long Qing listening intently. The more stories Long Qing heard, the calmer his heart became. Understanding the past of the Long clan could help him deepen his understanding of the Long clan and strengthen his sense of honor and disgrace. In my view, throughout the ages, the Long clan deserve their fate today. When powerful, they oppressed all around, and also gave birth to many extreme prodigies. However, the Long clan should not be oppressed by the battle court. Breaking the Long clan's fate and destroying the battle court also counts as settling our karmic ties, since the battle court was created by us, but they committed sins in the name of the battle court. It began with the Long clan and must end with the Long clan. Long Jun spoke earnestly, pausing before saying, "Your descendants should no longer bear the surname Long." Upon hearing this, Long Qing did not shake his head in denial. He was still immersed in the stories of Emperor Longxin. Though he had only seen the back of Emperor Longxin, Long Qing was instantly awed by him, developing a strong sense of adoration. He began to look forward to the celestial dragon Dharma aspect. At least once he had mastered the celestial dragon Dharma aspect, he could witness the elegance of Emperor Longxin. 100 years later, the human world was a new landscape. The nine-spirit continent was finally entangled in the maelstrom of great chaos, with more and more great cultivators fleeing into this continent, causing the winds and clouds of the continent to surge. On the edge of the continent, on a beach, two women descended from the sky and upon landing, they quickly sat down to start cultivating energy. One of them, dressed in green with delicate makeup, only her hair was slightly messy, while the other, dressed in white and even more beautiful, resembled a fairy of the human world, but her face was completely pale, clearly having sustained serious injuries. The green-clad woman opened her eyes and looked at the white-clad woman, asking, "Sister, are we safe here?" The white-clad woman, named Li Xuanyu, slowly opened her eyes, turned her head towards the distance, and said faintly, "Hard to say." The green-clad woman, named Tang Kai, furrowed her brows upon hearing Li Xuanyu's words and sighed heavily. "How much longer must we run, and how can Li Ya find us?" Tang Kai asked anxiously. Li Xuanyu did not answer. She closed her eyes again to continue healing. Seeing this, Tang Kai also closed her eyes to heal. Time quickly passed. About an hour later, suddenly a strong wind blew from the end of the ocean, startling both women into opening their eyes. "Let's go. It seems they don't plan to let us go," Li Xuanyu said as she stood up, her figure trembling, almost falling, but Tang Kai promptly supported her. Without delay, Tang Kai summoned a magical treasure and helped Li Xuanyu to fly deeper into the continent. Sir, the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Shortly after they had left, countless black crows attacked from the sky, swarming and covering the heavens, their speed extremely fast as they quickly flew into the continent. Tang Kai, who was maneuvering the magical treasure, seemed to sense something, turning her head to look, her face changing drastically with panic filling her eyes. "They're so fast, what should we do?" Tang Kai looked at Li Xuanyu next to her and asked in a low voice. Although Li Xuanyu had suffered severe injuries, she had always been Tang Kai's support. If it weren't for the need to protect her along the way, Li Xuanyu would not have sustained such serious injuries. Li Xuanyu's face remained calm as she said, "Leave me behind, and you escape. They're mainly targeting me." Upon hearing this, Tang Kai was immediately agitated and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I promised Li Ya that I must keep you safe. Either we die together or you live, and later, find Li Ya to avenge me," Li Xuanyu said, her tone unflinching. Tang Kai fell silent. Li Xuanyu grabbed Tang Kai's wrist with one hand and stared at her steadfastly. Tang Kai clenched her teeth, manipulated her magical treasure, and flew downward. The two women landed in a forest, and Tang Kai helped Li Xuanyu to sit down in front of a tree. "Let's hurry and get moving, stop dawdling," Li Xuanyu said as she sat down, her face growing even paler, but she still urged. Tang Kai stood up, walked a few steps outward, then stopped in her tracks. She clenched her sleeves, unable to leave. Li Xuanyu looked at her, a trace of relief flashing in her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, a voice came from deep within the forest. "Are you outsiders?" Li Xuanyu and Tang Kai both turned their heads to look, and saw a yellow-robed woman who looked like a fairy walking out from the forest with a bamboo basket in her hand, a gentle smile on her face. The newcomer was an Exian. Li Xuanyu frowned and examined an Exian closely. Tang Kai asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" After all, she possessed a Nirvana realm cultivation level, and in her perception, there were no living beings within 1,000 li. How could an Exan have approached them silently? How could she not be cautious? An Exan smiled and said, "My name is an Exan. As I was passing by, I calculated that I have a connection with you too, so I wanted to come and help." She was curious in her heart, not knowing which one was Elder Li's sister and which was Elder Li's beloved. Her gaze fell on Li Xuanyu, whose facial features slightly resembled Elder Li. She guessed that she must be Elder Li's sister. Li Xuanyu always felt the name and Exan sounded familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before, but she couldn't remember. Perhaps some cultivator had mentioned a similar-sounding name. "How can you help us? Do you know what we are fleeing from?" Tang Kai asked cautiously. An Exan smiled and said, "You have no choice, you can't abandon her, can you?" Tang Kai was silent. Just then, countless black crows attacked from the depths of the forest, like darkness swallowing everything, causing Tang Kai's face to change dramatically and Li Xuanyu to instinctively raise her hand. An Exan quickly turned around, a long pen appearing in her hand. With a swing, the crows turned into flying ash, forming a black mist that spread through the forest. Tang Kai's eyes widened, and even Li Xuanyu was startled by Nzin's action. The wind blew Nzin's long hair and dress. She slightly tilted her head, glanced at Li Xuanyu and Tang Kai from the corner of her eye, and smiled. "Does this count as helping you?" Tang Kai said dazedly, "It counts, but the real pursuers are still behind us." An Exan asked, "What realm is he in?" "Heaven and Earth Flying Immortal Realm. It's a coincidence. The pen in my hand is just enough to extinguish a celestial and earthly immortal." An Exan raised the fate pen in her hand, smiling triumphantly. Sunlight poured through the gaps in the leaves, casting light on her, making her appear so exceptional in Tang Kai's eyes. Such a demeanor she had only seen in Li Ya before, which was an absolute confidence that any trouble could be solved. Even Li Xuanyu had to admit that an Exan truly possessed a convincing aura. She suddenly remembered she had heard the name an Exan before, apparently from Li Ya, but why she brought up the name still wasn't clear, as it was a matter from long ago. If this woman knew Li Ya, then she could be trusted. An Exan put away her pen, then turned and smiled. "Come with me. It'll take you to a place to heal. It's your first time on the Nine-Spirit continent, right? You can stay here for a while, perhaps you will find some serendipity." Tang Kai hurriedly gave her thanks and asked, "Senior, why do you want to help us?" She couldn't be at ease without asking. An Exan blinked and said, "I know Li Ya, is that enough?" Upon hearing this, Tang Kai did not show joy. Instead, suspicion appeared in her eyes. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 542. This will be the greatest opportunity of your lives. Night fell. An Xan was temporarily staying in a monastery with Li Xuanyu and Tang Kai, where a fire blazed in the courtyard, its flickering light casting shadows on the walls. Tang Kai watched an Xan intently, her eyes filled with hostility, while an Xan admired the fate pen. Having used the fate pen more than once or twice, an Xan greatly enjoyed the vast power it contained. Unfortunately, after each use, her master would take it back, so she treasured the time she had with it and wanted to investigate why the pen was so formidable. As for Tang Kai's gaze, an Xan had noticed it long ago and could guess Tang Kai's thoughts, but she intentionally offered no explanation. Because it was fun. Tang Kai treasured elderly like a treasure, but an Xan felt that elderly was just so, and nowhere near as formidable as her own master. Every time her master mentioned elderly, he would describe how elderly got beaten up, using him as a negative example, so how could she possibly like elderly? Thinking of this, the corners of Nzin's mouth couldn't help but lift. Seeing an Xan smile, Tang Kai grew even angrier, but she couldn't lash out. After all, an Xan had saved their lives. While meditating and healing, Li Xuanyu kept thinking about the name an Xan. Finally, she remembered, and opening her eyes, she looked towards an Xan and asked, "Are you Gu An's disciple?" Mentioning Guan, the blurry face in her memory gradually became clear. It had been over 9,000 years since she left the Taizong continent, and she had never returned. Her meeting with Li Ye was purely coincidental on an island, and Li Ye did not reveal that Guan was the supporting Dao sword venerable. Li Xuanyu could not associate Guan with the supporting Dao sword venerable either, since when she knew Guan, he was just a medicine boy, and she had even helped him manage an introduction to take care of a cave mansion. Back then, Guan had run around for a few spirit stones. Later, however, she had realized that Guan was not simple and hid secrets, but she never thought of him in terms of the supporting Dao sword venerable. An Xan turned her head towards her and smiled brightly. "Yes, elderly, my master has mentioned you too. He said that when he was young, you helped him a lot." Hearing this, Li Xuanyu was sure she hadn't misheard, and a smile appeared on her face as she said reflectively, "I didn't really help him much, just lending a hand. How has he been doing lately?" An Xan replied, "He's doing well, don't worry." Could it be that he is also on this continent? No, that's not the case. No one knows where he has gone. An Xan shook her head. This wasn't her being secretive, but rather Guan genuinely wanting to hide his whereabouts, not wanting to attract trouble, and she definitely couldn't cause trouble for Guan. She was curious about the image of Guan in Li Xuanyu's mind, so she started to share the stories Guan had told her, and Li Xuanyu also fell into reminiscence. Tang Kai was also captivated by the stories an Xan told and gradually forgot her jealousy. Hearing that Guan was Li Ya's junior brother, Tang Kai grew even more interested, as she was very curious about everything related to Li Ye, but unfortunately, before she could learn more about Li Ye, she had parted ways with him. The stories an Xan told were those Guan had shared with her. They might have seemed mundane, but on such a night, they brought Li Xuanyu and Tang Kai a sense of warmth and a touch of happiness. In Li Xuanyu's mind, Guan also gradually became clearer, and the old memories surfaced. Remembering how reserved Guan had been in front of her, a smile also appeared on her face. Over 9,000 years had passed, and many old acquaintances were buried in the earth, but Guan was still alive, and she was genuinely happy and surprised that Guan could teach such a disciple. A millennium passes just like a flicker in the human world. 9,000 years brought about such great changes. When an Xian finished speaking, Tang Kai curiously asked, "What is Gu An's cultivation level now?" An Xian glanced at her, smiling radiantly. "How would I know? See this pen? This is his magical treasure." While speaking, an Xian raised the fate pen in her hand. Li Xuanyu and Tang Kai both looked towards the fate pen in Nzin's hand, unable to forget the sight of an Xian wielding the pen to eradicate a group of demons. Those black crows were no ordinary creatures. Even a loose immortal hit by them would be drained of all their blood essence. Just as an Xian was showing off the fate pen, Guan, who was far away in the Taoist field of the beginningless, lay reading a book while listening to their conversation. Senior Sister Li, it really has been many years. Guwen lay on a chair, a book in his hands, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. That Li Xuanyu and Tang Kai were able to come to the Nine-Spirit Continent was due to his guidance, using celestial signs to bring them to the Nine-Spirit Continent coincidentally, and along the way, their survival from numerous brushes with death also had Guwen's secret assistance. Back then, Li Xuanyu indeed had helped Guwen, so if he could lend a hand with just a simple effort, he naturally would not be stingy. Helping Li Xuanyu was also for Li Ya's sake. With Li Ya's own sister and future wife in danger, how could he not rescue them? The reason he led the two women to the Nine-Spirit Continent was because a great catastrophe was about to come outside, and only on the Nine-Spirit Continent would they be completely safe. Guwen closed his book and shut his eyes, lazily saying, "After you finish your act, I take the stage and the heroes of the world take turns, but who can really see through how deep the waters of this world are? Celestial Spirit God, I look forward to clashing with you." His voice echoed only within the room. He was speaking to himself. Amidst the mountains, Li Xuanyu and Tang Kai stood on a slope, looking at the magnificent scene ahead. Both women remained silent. Sir, the novel fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Following their gaze, in front of the mountains appeared a gigantic chasm, stretching to the ends of heaven and earth. The mountains on either side, too, had been pierced, as if a dragon comparable in size to the mountains had rolled over them, leaving behind this broken landscape. An Exion descended from the sky, casually playing with the fate pen. She chuckled. "Celestial and earthly immortals are just this, huh?" Li Xuanyu and Tang Kai had been on the Nine-Spirit Continent for several months, and today, the mastermind who had been pursuing them had finally come to kill them. After a round of negotiations, an Exon, unable to stand the other side's ranting, chose to eradicate them. Tang Kai opened her mouth, but found herself unable to speak. The supreme great power that was the cause of her despair, just like that, was dead? Li Xuanyu looked at the fate pen with a complex expression in her eyes. Is Guwen's cultivation level now at least higher than the heaven and earth flying immortal realm? She couldn't understand. She felt that her own adventures were numerous, and in her view, only Li Ya's growth rate was faster than hers. In fact, she always believed she was second to none. But what she witnessed today overturned her understanding. She felt that her peers couldn't possibly possess such power, let alone slaughtering celestial and earthly immortals. Even killing wandering immortals seemed unbelievable. An Exen looked at them and smiled. "Settle down in the Nine-Spirit Continent. It will change your lives. I want to accompany you further." With that, she turned and walked away, but after a few steps, she stopped again. "Let me remind you once more, stay here. This will be the greatest opportunity of your lives. If you insist on leaving, you will regret it for the rest of your lives." An Exion leaped up, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing into the horizon. Tang Kai couldn't help but look at Li Xuanyu and asked, "What should we do? Listen to her?" Li Xuanyu looked in the direction an Exion had left and asked, "Do you want to have cultivation like hers, to stand shoulder to shoulder with Li Ya in the future, rather than always chasing behind him?" These words stunned Tang Kai. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 543 The Descent of the Supreme Demon Realm. In the depths of the cosmos, countless meteorites, ablaze with fiery flames, tore through the great Daos mists, rushing unstoppably in the same direction, creating a sight of unparalleled grandeur. The appearance of this group of meteorites alarmed the mighty beings within the universe, as countless divine senses reached out toward them. Upon an unmoving meteorite, Zia from Human World Peak was meditating in this area. He suddenly opened his eyes and was immediately startled by the swarm of meteorites approaching from the depths of the universe. He could feel the powerful forces contained within those meteorites, which even instinctively made him feel fearful. He immediately cast a spell to form a barrier, concealing himself. Soon, meteorites skimmed over him, their terrifying force causing the meteorite beneath him to tremble. "Is that?" Zia's pupils suddenly narrowed, and he saw a figure standing on one of the meteorites. Could this be a force? Looking in the direction they were flying, Bai Zia's expression darkened. That direction was precisely toward the celestial spirit great world. Thinking about the changes in the celestial spirit great world over the years, Bai Zia's heart filled with worry. He always felt that the tribulation of the celestial spirit great world was not due to internal factors. It seemed that some supremely powerful entity was manipulating everything. The death of Yang Immortal Emperor was the best proof. After all the meteorites disappeared into the darkness, Bai Zia hesitated for a moment, then finally flew in the opposite direction. He chose to preserve himself. At the same time, in the celestial spirit great world, beings of high realm also sensed the threat from beyond heaven. In the third medicine valley, Long Jun stood on the cliff, gazing up at the celestial vault, his expression serene. Candle Star appeared beside him and whispered, "It's the people from the Supreme Demon Realm. I sense the aura of the Supreme Demon Emperor, their current leader." Such a vast scheme, Long Jun murmured. They want to eliminate every thorn in their side. The destiny of the heavenly Tao has changed. Changed, what do you mean? Candle Star asked, confused. Long Jun answered, the future I saw has already altered. At the very least, the Supreme Demon Realm should not have appeared. Hearing this, Candle Star furrowed his brows. In his eyes, Long Jun's cultivation level was profound. He could traverse from the past to the present, and his Tao practice might not be inferior to the Silent Destruction God Emperor. At least the Silent Destruction God Emperor did not possess such a capability to cross through antiquity and the present. Facing the anomalies in the heavenly Tao, what should we do? Candle Star asked. He had already bet everything on Long Qing, and there was no turning back, and since Long Jun was Long Qing's ancestor, the two stood on the same side. He now greatly trusted Long Jun, continue to lie low, and wait for that young one to master the celestial dragon Dharma aspect, answered Long Jun, his voice calm. Candle Star then inquired, should we start preparing a concubine for him? It can begin now, after all. I cannot see the upcoming situation clearly either. It's better to be prepared earlier. Good, I will start the selection process. At the boundless mountain range, Li Ya and Sword Annihilation Ancestor reached the edge of the forest, looking out over the magnificent mountains ahead. Li Ya turned and looked at Sword Annihilation Ancestor, asking, Master, did you feel it? Sword Annihilation Ancestor furrowed his brows tightly and replied, it's the aura of the Supreme Demon Realm. Their goal is to devour great heaven and earth, and now they dare set their sights on the celestial spirit great world. There must be something fishy behind this. The Supreme Demon Realm? Are they formidable? Leah asked curiously. Sword Annihilation Ancestor began to describe the Supreme Demon Realm. The Supreme Demon Realm was born before the shattering of the celestial spirit great world. They once were an overlord-level power in a great world. After the shattering of the great world, they founded the Supreme Demon Realm, building various demon cities to invade the great heaven and earth, refining magical treasures with the power of the great world, and transforming the blood sacrifices of all living beings into their own Tao practice. Even the heavenly demon within the silent extinction domain seems negligible compared to the Supreme Demon Realm. Listening to the power and style of the Supreme Demon Realm, Leah also felt worried. Such demon race forces descending upon the celestial spirit great world were definitely not benevolent. Sword Annihilation Ancestor looked at Leah and said, I will pass on to you one last divine skill. After this, I truly have to leave. The two had parted several times, and each time Leah faced peril, Sword Annihilation Ancestor always couldn't help but intervene. This time, Sword Annihilation Ancestor spoke earnestly, making Leah feel his determination. Leah couldn't help but ask, Master, where are you going? To the place from whence I came, Sword Annihilation Ancestor answered calmly. What about the cause and effect you spoke of earlier? How should I handle it? Hearing Leah mention the conditions of their discipleship, Sword Annihilation Ancestor deeply gazed at him and said, do not deliberately think about it. As you grow stronger, the cause and effect of your master will naturally involve you. Remember, this divine skill must not be used unless it's a matter of life and death. Seeing his master so serious, Liya could only nod, acknowledging his words. His heart, however, was filled with anticipation. The Supreme Demon Realm, huh? He wanted to see how powerful the Supreme Demon Realm was, what made it capable of frightening his master away. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled, startling everyone within the Taoist field of the beginningless. They gathered in Gu An's courtyard to discuss the unusual disturbances in heaven and earth. They could see many meteors from outer heaven falling on the horizon, a magnificent sight, followed by a nearly world-ending terrifying pressure. Sir, the novel fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Is this demonic chi? Could it be another invasion by the heavenly demon? It feels different from the aura of the heavenly demon, such a heavy scent of blood. I wonder if there are others besides our master and young immortal emperor who can save this world from continuous trials. There are countless strong beings in the world, but few who dare shoulder the safety of all living beings. While they were discussing worldly affairs, the door opened and Guan walked out from inside the house. Everyone immediately turned and greeted him. Guan surveyed them and asked, "How about you all go out and save the world?" As soon as he said this, everyone felt awkward. And Xing Tian and Qin Chuan, who had been very vocal earlier, were blushing. Of course, Blood Prison Great Saint, who had been the loudest, just grinned shamelessly. Shenzhen was also snickering. She hadn't joined the discussion, so she didn't feel embarrassed. Go back to your cultivations. The calamity outside won't affect the dojo. With these words, Guan walked towards the courtyard gate. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. The aura from the Supreme Demon Realm was indeed too strong. Even while staying inside the dojo, they instinctively felt fear, making it difficult to cultivate peacefully. Hearing Gu An's words, they completely let go of their worries. The oppression from the Supreme Demon Realm was far less than their trust in Gu, and Shenzhen quickly caught up with Gu An's steps. After leaving the courtyard, they walked into the forest along the mountain path. Gu An's courtyard was located at the mountain's peak. The flowers and grass were lush, and the trees were tall. Walking among the trees, the speckled sunlight that fell looked so serene and mystical. If I paint the demons outside right now, will it cause trouble? Shenzhen stepped forward, walking shoulder to shoulder with Guan, and asked softly. Guan smiled and said, "You're scared too? Just paint if you want to." Hearing this, Shenzhen's face lit up with a smile. She curiously asked, "Such terrifying demonic chi doesn't intimidate you? What kind of being is worthy of being your opponent?" A breeze blew through the forest, cooling Gu In's face. "My opponent has already appeared." Gu In's statement spiked Shenzhen's curiosity. Unfortunately, her cultivation level was too low. In the previous disasters of the human world, she hadn't seen those world-shaking demonic figures. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 544. Neither God nor demon. Dark clouds churned, and thunder rumbled incessantly as the vast ocean rose in angry waves, and heavy rain scattered with the wind. Amid those alarming surges, one could vaguely make out the shocking sight of corpses. Looking into the distance, one could see a fierce battle unfolding between the celestial sea. Countless cultivators besieged a demon tens of thousands of feet tall. The demon, human in form, was covered in black fur, dressed in black armor, and wore a horned iron helmet, resembling a war god from the demon realm. Wielding a terrifying greatsword, it could cleave the sea and slash the heavens with absolute, tyrannical might. Cultivators' bodies continuously fell, crashing into the gloomy sea and quickly being dispersed by the churning water. Miles away at the edge of the Nine-Spirit Continent, Li Xuanyu and Tang Kai stood on a cliff, watching the battle from afar. Waves splashed against the shore, wetting their dresses, but they paid it no mind. How terrifying, this demon! Are such demons rampant all over the world? Tang Kai couldn't help but look at Li Xuanyu, exclaiming in awe. Several days ago, numerous meteors from outer heaven had descended, shaking the earth, and not long after, the human world faced a catastrophe. Only a few days had passed, and demons from outer heaven threatened 9 spirit continent. Li Xuanyu replied, "The demonic qi from outside is indeed heavy, no wonder an Xen wanted us to stay." Tang Kai couldn't help but ask, "Sister, you don't think Liu will get into trouble, do you? With his temperament, he's sure to dive right into the thick of it. I'm really afraid he might get seriously injured again." "Don't worry, he has his own fortune. His life is much harder than either of ours." Li Xuanyu shook her head slightly and, saying so, she turned to leave. Tang Kai took one more look at the distant battle at the edge of the sea, then followed Li Zuanya's steps. She was curious about the demon's cultivation level, but unfortunately, Li Xuanyu couldn't see through it either. Their experiences were but a microcosm of the world. Every continent and sea was plagued by demons from the supreme demon realm, with countless beings meeting tragic deaths every day. The skies of the human world darkened, signaling a tribulation sweeping across the entire great heaven and earth. The supreme demon realm came only to slaughter. In the sacred domain, within a palace, 7 figures gathered, staring at the throne of the silent destruction god emperor in silence for a long time. One of the women broke the silence. "The master hasn't come back yet. Could something have happened?" At these words, the faces of the other 6 turned grim. The silent destruction god emperor had been missing for many years. They had not been worried at first, but now with the attack of the supreme demon realm and the god emperor's absence, they couldn't help but be concerned. The supreme demon realm has always hidden in the shadows. Now that they have launched a large-scale invasion of the celestial spirit great world, I fear someone has been guiding them from behind, and that person is likely that one. A middle-aged man inhaled deeply and spoke gravely. He didn't specify who that one was, but everyone understood. The celestial spirit god. The supreme existence of this great thousand world. Once again, the hall fell into silence. Even with the lowest among them being profound yuan-free immortals, the mere thought of the celestial spirit god sent chills down their spines, quelling any thoughts of rebellion or scheming. Just then, the palace began to tremble, and the candles flickered violently, threatening to go out at any moment. All 7 turned to look towards the doorway. Without the holy court, the celestial court appears stronger, yet it seems to have lost its former keen edge. A cold voice came from outside the hall, like a muffled thunder that echoed throughout the sacred domain, audible to all beings within the holy court. The 7 in the hall looked at one another again, none volunteering to speak first. More than the safety of the holy court, they wanted to know where the silent destruction god emperor had gone. They didn't even consider the possibility of the emperor being dead. In their minds, the silent destruction god emperor was an immortal being. If a power such as the holy court could come under attack from the supreme demon realm, what about other sects? The major sects of the Taizong continent also faced tribulations. The supreme sect, having lost the protection of the supporting Dao sword venerable for over 9,000 years, was once again drawn into the defense battle. Spring gave way to autumn, and 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. The human world entered a bizarre state where demons roamed freely, and it was difficult to distinguish between human and ghost. All living beings were living in constant fear. On the Taizong continent, within the North Sea mountain ridge, profound mystery sat in front of the pill furnace in the courtyard, looking up at the overcast clouds, his face full of worry. He turned his head to look at the mountain god on the eaves and asked, "Mountain god, is there no one in this world who can drive out the supreme demon realm?" 300 years had passed, and the name of the supreme demon realm had spread far and wide. Everyone knew that the evil demons ravaging the human world came from the supreme demon realm. The Immortal dynasty had fallen, the holy court had been slaughtered by the supreme demon realm, and the entire world was shrouded in their darkness, with clouds so dense that hope was obscured. Although profound mystery lived in seclusion in the North Sea mountain ridge, occasionally cultivators and demons would pass by, which allowed him to stay informed of major events in the world. Now, even the Taizong continent was plagued by minions of the supreme demon realm. The powerful demons of the supreme demon realm, once they descended into the human world, recruited many minions. They were also able to nurture more demons, swiftly expanding the influence of the supreme demon realm to cover the entire world. Of course there is, Guwen casually replied while sitting on the eaves, whittling a bamboo stick. Otherwise, there would be no living creatures left in the human world by now. With the invasion of the supreme demon realm, although the human world suffered greatly, it also gave birth to numerous heroes. Now, many great cultivators were preparing to besiege the main city established by the supreme demon realm in the human world, forcing the supreme demon realm on the defensive. CTH Novelfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guwen was but a pawn to the supreme demon realm. The celestial spirit god sought to use the power of the supreme demon realm to force out the heaven and earth Tao fruit. It seemed that the celestial spirit god could not personally annihilate all living beings. It was as though some force in the unseen depths was restraining the celestial spirit god, which made Guwen even more curious about the celestial court that lurked behind the celestial spirit god. What sort of order did the celestial court have, and how were its classes of strength and weakness divided? After hearing this, the worry in profound mystery's eyes faded. Having secluded himself in the mountains for over 9,000 years, he too had his own insights. He had felt compassion for the suffering of passers-by, but as time went on, he realized that he couldn't change anything. Moreover, suffering would not vanish. People would always suffer, and the difference lay in whether or not he could see it. A high-pitched dragon's roar echoed between heaven and earth. Profound mystery looked up and saw a dragon tail appearing in the cloudy sky, twisting like a mountain range, a magnificent sight to behold. This dragon had green scales yet radiated golden light. Filled with curiosity, Profound Mystery asked, "Is this being a god or a demon?" Since the descent of the supreme demon realm, he had occasionally seen celestial beasts appearing, including dragons, but this particular dragon tail gave him a feeling there was an indescribable divinity present. Guwen, wearing a mask, looked up and said, "Neither god nor demon, merely a lost soul." That was not a true dragon but someone's dharma aspect. Guwen was somewhat curious as well. Could there truly be such a prodigy within the Long clan? This individual was neither Long Xian nor Long Mie. Gu and his gaze stretched out toward the third medicine valley of the supreme sect. In Long Qing's practice of the celestial dragon technique, there had been progress. Within Long Jun's domain, he had condensed 12 dharma aspects, one of which was wrapped by a golden dragon, its aura towering. A lost soul? Profound Mystery's curiosity grew, and he stared intently at that dragon tail. At that moment, not only he but creatures across the continent were looking up at that dragon tail. Mortal spirits even thought a true dragon had descended to exterminate demons for them. More and more mortal spirits knelt down, kowtowing towards the dragon tail, crying out and praying. Inside Long Jun's domain, it appeared no different from the surrounding cliffs of the Third Medicine Valley, but in reality, they were in an entirely separate space. Long Qing opened his eyes and turned his head to look, and he was suddenly taken aback. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 545. Heavenly Dao Peak, Celestial Emperor, who is he? As he gazed at the Dharma aspect that was enveloping the golden dragon, Long Qing asked Long Jun. Long Jun looked at the golden dragon Dharma aspect, his expression quite complex, and said, "He is the previous you, your ancestor. Like you, he's a remnant of the Long clan. I crossed through the years to assist him. He failed, but not before leaving a lineage for the Long clan, offering a glimmer of hope." Long Qing hadn't expected that Long Jun had sought out other ancestors before. He realized he was not the most unique. "Can you tell me his story?" Long Qing asked, curious to learn about the life of each Dharma aspect he managed to manifest. Long Jun, although he lived in the distant past, had the ability to see the lives of all his descendants. This time, he didn't hold back and began to recount the life story of this member of the Long clan. Long Mang, born without parents or even the protection of servants left by his family, was abandoned in the Great Thousand World and was taken in by a cultivator from a sect. The first half of his life was relatively stable until he awakened the bloodline of the Long clan, which drew the attention of the battle court. His master was turned to ash, his wife and children were slaughtered, and his fellow sect members were almost entirely massacred. Had Long Jun not intervened in time, the lineage of the Long clan would have ended with Long Mang. After rescuing Long Mang, Long Jun began to teach him the secret techniques of the Long clan. During his cultivation, Long Mang developed his own understanding of the celestial dragon Dharma aspect. The golden dragon showcased by the Long Mang Dharma aspect was a manifestation of will, allowing him to be more focused and powerful in battle. Once, Long Mang had brought boundless hope to Long Jun. Unfortunately, Long Mang still met his end at the hands of the silent destruction god Emperor, and his grandson even fell victim to the Emperor's possession. The silent destruction god Emperor, always him. What exactly is his relation to the battle court? Why does he continuously possess us? Long Qing asked indignantly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Long Jun replied, he has no direct connection to the battle court, but he covets the bloodline talent of the Long clan. Perhaps he has reached his own limits and can ascend no further. Long Qing took in a deep breath, his fists clenched tightly and said, I hope I get the chance to kill him with my own hands in this life. Long Jun remained silent, offering no further conversation. Then, Long Qing closed his eyes and continued to cultivate the celestial dragon Dharma aspect. Since the advent of the supreme demon realm, he had felt a sense of crisis. Setting aside the vast power of the supreme sect, he began to dedicate himself entirely to mastering the celestial dragon Dharma aspect. Hearing of Long Mang's deeds, Long Qing's resolve grew even stronger. He had to master the celestial dragon Dharma aspect, he had to eradicate the battle court, he had to slay the silent destruction god Emperor, and he had to resolve the fate of the Long clan. Far away at the mountain god temple, Guan stood up after listening to Long Mang's story. He bid farewell to profound mysterious Zhenren and then vanished from the eaves. Afterward, Guan spent half a day at Immortal Seeking Island before leisurely returning to the Taoist field of the beginningless. The mischief of demons had made the atmosphere on Immortal Seeking Island even tenser. The number of guards doubled, ready to fend off any attacks by evil demons at a moment's notice. As Guan walked through the forest, he appeared to be leisurely strolling, but in reality he was calculating the destiny of heaven and earth. The final battle between him and the celestial spirit god was drawing closer. Once the supreme demon realm lures out the heaven and earth Tao fruit, an era that had lasted nearly 10,000 years would come to an end. If Guan didn't act, the celestial spirit great world would certainly be obliterated. Regardless of how many great cultivators there were in the world, or how high the talent of the prodigies, none would matter in the face of the celestial spirit god. Guan looked at his attribute panel. His lifespan had reached over 860 billion years. He was full of confidence. Compared to the celestial spirit gods, he was now more curious about the existence that had created the celestial spirit great world and where it was hiding. After the arrival of the supreme demon realm, the celestial Tao destiny of the great heaven and earth started to dissipate, gaining a void and ethereal destiny, similar to that of heaven and earth, yet with an added vitality belonging to living beings. Both the celestial Tao golden core and the heaven and earth Tao fruit still existed, proving that the existence which had pioneered the celestial spirit great world had not completely perished. It was merely waiting for the opportunity to resurrect. Whether the celestial Tao light layer that enveloped the great heaven and earth was for protection or restraint would soon reveal its answer. Late at night, a demon cloud shrouded the sky, preventing living beings on earth from seeing a single star. Within a valley surrounded by mountains, she meditated by the lake, her gaze lost in the shimmering water surface. The immortal seeker approached her, gathered up his robe, and sat down on the ground. "Are you afraid?" the immortal seeker asked softly, looking at the lake. She replied, "Of course I'm afraid. But if faced with the annihilation of heaven and earth, the collapse of the universe, I have no choice but to draw my sword against him." The immortal seeker smiled and said, the situation in the world is becoming increasingly chaotic. The battle court, profound abyss, supreme demon realm, river of sword Dao, too many powers are vying for advantage. The more chaotic it is, the better. He is too arrogant, believing that his abilities are sufficient to suppress everything in the Great Thousand World. His tone carried a hint of mockery. Hearing this, Zhu turned to look at him and asked, "Where exactly is the heaven and earth Dao fruit hidden, and when will it appear?" She had made all the preparations she could, just waiting for the heaven and earth Dao fruit to emerge. So the novel at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Its appearance depends on you, the immortal seeker said leisurely. When this world gives birth to its own profound yuan-free immortal, the heaven and earth Dao fruit will appear. You can enter the Taoist Zhang Zizai immortal realm at any time. Plus, with the divine skills I've passed on to you, even if you only step into the role of profound yuan-free immortal briefly, the heaven and earth Dao fruit will reveal itself. Whether it is the great world or a smaller one, they all have their own carrying limits. This shattered world can only sustain one profound yuan-free immortal. After hearing this, she furrowed her brows, falling into hesitation. The immortal seeker continued, "Sheng'an, do you know who the being at the pinnacle of the heavenly Dao, who commands the immortal gods, is? Who is it?" Such a being is known as the Celestial Emperor. To become the Celestial Emperor, one must endure 129,600 red dust reincarnation tribulations. The red dust reincarnation tribulation is different from the reincarnation tribulation you know of. No matter how many times you reincarnate, you must act as a savior to truly overcome one red dust reincarnation tribulation. To become the savior, you must wait for periods like the present. Zhu Zai's eyes widened upon hearing this. 129,600 red dust reincarnation tribulations, she couldn't fathom the lengthy hardships one would have to endure for so long. The immortal seeker said in a thought-provoking tone, "The predicament you are facing now may seem irreversible, but that exalted celestial emperor had to face 129,600 such crises to achieve enlightenment. Moreover, the crisis you face is far less severe because you have help and he did not. He had to start as a mortal, continuously breaking his own celestial mandate, only then capable of commanding the heavenly Tao. Your destiny pattern is unparalleled, and you have a heart aspiring to become the strongest, but you must realize that the path to being the mightiest is inevitably fraught with difficulties and requires unstoppable progress." She took a deep breath, and her eyes gradually became resolute. She was unsure of how powerful the Celestial Emperor was, but she knew she first had to overcome the hurdle of the celestial spirit gods. "Even if it means death, I have to fight, especially when there's no way back." The immortal seeker's tone was firm, as if he, too, was speaking to himself. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 546. Master, what is the profound yuan-free immortal? In the autumn season, the forests within the Taoist field of the beginningless gradually turned yellow and withered. Guan was instructing an Exian in her cultivation by a small river. The fairy, who appeared unfathomably profound in the eyes of Jianghu sect disciples, was now wearing a face full of distress, unable to grasp Guan's words. And all at once, an Exian felt ashamed. When she had been instructing the Jianghu sect disciples, encountering those with dull spiritual root qualifications, she couldn't help feeling somewhat irritated. Yet looking at her master, facing the difficult task of teaching her, he remained composed, and even kept a smile on his face. She felt that her own path was still long. Little did she know, the reason why Guan was smiling was that Liya was taking a beating again. While others teamed up to combat the evil demons from the supreme demon realm, he alone was being pursued by a group of evil demons. Even though Liya was being chased, he did not lose his verbal edge. Every time he was about to be caught, he would burst forth with even stronger power to break out of the encirclement. He was excited, thinking that he had broken through the limit of his physical body, undergoing a transformation amidst the battle. Guwen heard his heart's voice and was even more amused. "Oh, senior brother, your potential is my doing." As Guwen thought this, he turned to an Xian and said, "If you can't figure it out, then take your time. It's meaningless to think about other useless matters instead of focusing on enlightenment." Upon hearing this, an Xian nodded earnestly. She stopped her wild thoughts and began to review the previous Tao teachings with concentration. Guwen noticed her refocused mind and felt satisfied with her attitude. Besides Leah, other old acquaintances were also more or less caught in trouble. In the current times, the scramble for opportunities inevitably involved combat and killing. What Guwen was most concerned about, however, was Zhu Shi. Zhu Shi had already stepped into the realm of Taoist Zhang Zizai Immortal, his body exuding the aura of reincarnation, clearly having regained his destiny pattern from his previous life as a saint of Xingtian. It's worth mentioning that Zhu Shi did not go to outer heaven for his breakthrough. They were hidden in an ancient secret realm, and his breakthrough had caused quite a stir, covering the entire celestial spirit great world. However, since the supreme demon realm was causing chaos, the various sects did not fully mobilize to investigate the truth. Zhu Shi, who had reached the realm of Taoist Zhang Zizai Immortal, was preparing to impact an even higher realm. Profound Yuan Free Immortal. Guwen was curious about the Immortal Seeker. Although he was a reincarnated being, his cultivation level was not strong in this life. How was he using other forces to help Zhu Shi break through by force? This power reminded Guwen of the aura of the god of destruction. The god of destruction was also a god of the celestial court. In Black Profound Emperor's memories, the aura of the god of destruction was different from that of the celestial spirit god, but it was, nonetheless, related to the celestial Tao aura. The power that the Immortal Seeker borrowed was similar to that of the god of destruction, though there were also differences. Guwen sensed carefully and felt that this power might be at the same level as the god of destruction and the celestial spirit god. Compared with the three, none was significantly stronger than the others. Interesting, it seems that there's some cause and effect contradiction within the celestial court itself. While observing the world, Guwen repeated his teachings. The content an Xian had already memorized, but the reason he repeated it was that he infused his Tao intent into his voice, allowing the Tao listener to have new realizations with each listening of the same content. And Xin's spiritual root qualification was mediocre, but her comprehension was not bad. For her to have come this far, Guwen had expended quite a bit of effort just teaching the Tao. Thankfully, it looked to be worth it. Let's see what kind of existence it is that has allowed the celestial spirit god to hold on until now. Guwen looked at an Exin, thinking thus in his heart. In the following autumn, the nine-spirit continent remained relatively calm, but the Taitsang continent and other places around the world suffered even more intense shocks. The supreme demon realm seemed to sense something and became increasingly manic. All over the world, the multitude of living beings felt a sense of oppression. The world isn't really about to end, is it? At dusk, LV Xian stood beside Guwen, looking into the distance with him. Essia the Novel Fire. Net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. LV Xian's face was full of worry, because he felt an oppressive aura emanating from outside the dojo, causing all things between heaven and earth to tremble. Even the spiritual energy seemed restless and uneasy. The reason he could sense the situation outside the dojo was because Guwen specifically allowed him to feel it. To be precise, he allowed everyone inside the dojo to feel it. At such a time, it is necessary to make the people in the dojo aware, so they would cherish what they have. Perhaps it truly might be the end of the world. Guwen said softly, alarming LV Xian, who looked at him in fear. LV Xian asked, "If that is so, what about us? With Guwen's abilities, he could surely escape to outer heaven, so why choose to seclude in the celestial spirit great world? This catastrophe will lead to the annihilation of all beings, followed by the shattering of heaven and earth, and even the universe will collapse." Guwen began to describe the future, his voice painting one solemn scene after another in LV Xian's mind, causing his pupils to constrict. After he finished speaking, LV Xian dully asked, "Why would this happen? Who caused all this? The nature of heaven and earth itself?" or the heavenly Tao. Thousands of years ago, the concept of the heavenly Tao spread throughout the land, making all living beings aware of its existence. In the obscurity, it is the heavenly Tao that controls everything. Destiny, reincarnation all lie within the heavenly Tao. Study the great Tao, follow the heavenly Tao. Perhaps it is the immortal gods that people admire who are dissatisfied with our world, and soon you will see the truth for yourself, Guan said with profound meaning. LV Xian subconsciously asked, how soon is soon? As soon as the words fell, the ground trembled, and a vast oppressive force descended, enveloping all things between heaven and earth. LV Xian was immediately intimidated by this force. His eyes widened, showing an expression of utter disbelief. At this moment, a series of figures appeared out of nowhere behind them. It was an Xian, Xinjin, and others. They looked toward Guan nervously. The sudden oppressive force was truly frightening, prompting them to instinctively seek out Guan. Guan did not turn around. He looked into the distance and said, take a good look, recognize the true nature of this world. One day, you will have to face such despair on your own. Hearing this, an Xian was about to speak when a thunderous boom shook heaven and earth. Guan waved his sleeve, and a light screen appeared in front of them, reflecting a vast continent. At this moment, the continent was splitting apart, dust rising, with grand momentum. If one looked closely, amidst the spectacular surging tide, tendrils appeared as if something, a giant demon, was about to break through the soil. What is that? Shenzhen couldn't help but ask. No one answered her, and Guan did not explain, but let them continue to watch. As more and more dust arose on the continent, the view on the light screen zoomed out, showing more of the sea areas, while the continent was submerged by the surging waves. Soon, the expressions of an Xian and others began to change, some even with their mouths wide open in shock as if a mortal had seen a ghost. They saw a huge round fruit rising within the mighty surging tide, its surface covered in golden Tao patterns. It was larger than the continent, rising continuously, growing larger and larger. Chen Chuan turned his head to another direction, his eyes wide as he pointed and said in astonishment, look over there, quickly. Everyone turned to look, and saw a gigantic object appearing on the horizon, the same mysterious giant fruit from the light screen. That is the heaven and earth Tao fruit, the essence of heaven and earth itself. Without it, there would be no heaven and earth, nor would there be all things within heaven and earth, Guan introduced. Without waiting for anyone to ask, he continued, someone has reached the level of profound Yuan free immortal, prompting the heaven and earth Tao fruit to appear. Profound Yuan free immortal? Blood Prison Great Saint asked impatiently, Master, what is a profound Yuan free immortal? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 547. The Sky is Falling. After Nirvana, the stages are Loose Immortal, Wandering Immortal, Celestial and Earthly Immortals, Carefree Primordial Immortal, Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma, Tao Void Profound Immortal, Divine Thought True Immortal, and Free Immortal. Gu's voice floated towards everyone, their eyes widened in awe. CTH Ire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan, fearing they hadn't understood clearly enough, added, although Taoist Zhang Zizai Immortal and Profound Yuan Free Immortal are still considered free immortals, the gap between each level far surpasses the 9 heavens of the immortal path. Once one reaches Taoist Zhang Zizai Immortal, they will cultivate a Tao fruit, the so-called Tao fruit. At this point, he stopped and turned his head to look towards the mysterious giant fruit on the horizon. Tao fruit? Qin Chuan couldn't help but ask, Master, could this heaven and earth Tao fruit possibly be a cultivator's Tao fruit? The others all looked at Guan, extremely tense, awaiting his answer. Guan replied, yes, the heaven and earth Tao fruit is indeed a cultivator's Tao fruit, and the catastrophe of heaven and earth is brought by the enemies who slew him. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this, turning to look at the heaven and earth Tao fruit that was still growing, feeling more powerless than ever. How many years of cultivation would it take to reach such heights? Yet such a being could still be killed. They couldn't fathom what the entity capable of slaying the creator of heaven and earth would be like. But they knew one thing. The sky was falling. Shenzhen looked at the heaven and earth Dao fruit with a strong urge to paint it down, and she instantly disappeared from the spot. An Xen looked at Guan with a hesitant face and asked, "Master, the pressure before the appearance of the heaven and earth Dao fruit, why do I feel like I've encountered it before?" Upon her words, the others looked at an Xen in surprise. Had she also met a profound Yuan-free immortal? Guan glanced at an Xen, his eyes showing a touch of satisfaction. He casually answered, "Indeed you have. Her name is Zhu Shi, who is also the Saint Heaven reincarnation." Saint Heaven reincarnation? Celestial demon child's eyes lit up with excitement as she asked, "Is it the Lord of the Holy Court?" Hearing Guan affirm with everyone grew even more excited and began to discuss the legend of Saint Heaven. Guan said no more, vanishing into thin air, leaving the rest of the experience for them to feel for themselves. As the heaven and earth Dao fruit emerged, all sects across the world were alarmed, and one great cultivator after another flew towards the heaven and earth Dao fruit. Even Liya rode the 9 extremes sacred heart sword there. From afar, he looked at the heaven and earth Dao fruit, incapable of reflecting the whole fruit in his pupils, while divine exotic immortal spirit stood on his shoulder, equally showing a face of disbelief. "What is that?" Divine exotic immortal spirit asked with a trembling voice, witnessing the heaven and earth Dao fruit and instinctively feeling fear. The enormity of the heaven and earth Dao fruit shook all living beings' sight, and in the face of such creation, beings only felt reverence, not daring any disrespect. Liya also felt the pressure and his flying speed began to slow. Reason told him that this was not something he could snatch, but another voice in his heart urged him to seize this supreme opportunity. As Liya hesitated, figures swept overhead, moving with great speed. Seeing so many fearless individuals, Liya felt greater courage welling up inside him. There's strength in numbers. Maybe he would be the one to seize it. Liya gritted his teeth and immediately accelerated forward. The enormous and spectacular heaven and earth Dao fruit hovered above the land and vast sea, with Zhu Shi and Immortal Seeker standing at the top of the heaven and earth Dao fruit, looking up into the dazzling starry sky. The celestial Dao light layer that enveloped the celestial spirit great world had become thin, as if it would completely disappear at any moment. Zhu Shi changed into a golden robe that clung to her body, her long hair coiled under a phoenix crown, with 2 golden dragons on her shoulders and a crimson halo floating behind her. At this moment, she exuded an air of supreme dominance, her brows revealing a chilling disdain for all living beings. Lord of the Holy Court, Shingen. Profound Yuan-free immortal. The Immortal Seeker looked up and sighed, "There are just too many fools who can't see." As his voice fell, a huge black hole appeared in the starry sky above, and blood-red waves of air surged out, writhing like tentacles, horrifying and terrible. Who would have thought that the celestial spirit great world could give birth to the profound Yuan-free immortal during the shattered era? An authoritative voice echoed between heaven and earth, so that all creatures could hear. Zhu Shi did not look up, but instead gazed down at the heaven and earth Dao fruit below. Each golden rune glowed with a light unique to it, appearing mysterious. The Immortal Seeker whispered, "The Supreme Demon Emperor from the Supreme Demon Realm has arrived. If you want to merge the heaven and earth Dao fruit, you might have to deal with him first." As his voice fell, black holes of various sizes appeared from all directions, terrible auras spilling out from them. Their converging might made heaven and earth tremble. Zhu Shi did not raise her eyes. She simply uttered one word. "Good." Boom boom. The palace trembled and Jianghu, sitting at the highest seat, furrowed her brows. Her gaze turned to the palace doors outside, where the sky was dark, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Fierce winds ravaged the forests, and in the far distance, at the edge of the sky, one could vaguely see a terrifying behemoth. Heaven and earth Dao fruit. Looking at the heaven and earth Dao fruit, Jianghu felt very uneasy. She always had the feeling of facing the apocalypse, as if it was the last day of heaven and earth. At that moment, a female cultivator swiftly flew into the hall, landing before the steps, and saluted Jianghu. Master, the evil demon has left. It seems to be heading towards the distant mysterious giant fruit. Should we deactivate the sect protection formation? The female cultivator asked. The mention of the mysterious giant fruit caused her voice to hesitate for a moment. Jianghu glared at her and said, "You feel the malevolence of this heaven and earth. Do you think it should be deactivated?" The female cultivator replied helplessly, "Master, the resources consumed by this formation are truly immense, and continuing like this could easily drag us down. Over the years, you have not allowed us to go out and compete." Her voice trailed off with a hint of resentment. Jianghu responded, "You must have seen other cultivators from sects that joined the struggle. Haven't you noticed a common trait amongst them?" The female cultivator asked in surprise, "What trait?" "They all become mad, bold, even obsessive. Once they set foot on this path, it seems they can never turn back. I'm not sure if my current decision is right, but if the disciples of Gathering Flower sect become like that, then sooner or later, the sect will perish." Jianghu's words plunged the female cultivator into silence. She thought carefully about the faces of those people. They did seem off, with a crazed posture. The palace continued to tremble violently, with hot or icy winds blowing in intermittently. Just as the female cultivator was about to leave, a voice full of oppression rang out, "Sheng'an, I did indeed underestimate you, but the path you've chosen will surely lead to your doom." The voice of the Supreme Demon Emperor, tinged with fear. Jianghu didn't know who the voice belonged to, but she knew of Shengshan's legend. Demons rampage and immortal gods fight amongst themselves. Even in the Nirvana realm, facing such a cataclysm, are we any different from mortals? Jianghu's voice was intricate with emotion as she looked at her disciple and said somberly, "In such turbulent times, the best we mortals can do is to hide, not like moths to a flame trying to fight for something. We can't compete for such an opportunity." Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 548. The strongest in the world, the shout of the Supreme Demon Emperor made all beings realize the strength of Shengtian. Those ancient legends resurfaced in everyone's minds. Before the changing of the eras, Shengtian was the most powerful existence between heaven and earth and was the supreme ruler, the true sovereign of heaven and earth. Later on, she vanished, and many influential figures emerged in the world, causing her name to be seldom mentioned. What was Shengtian doing? Just how strong was she? Countless creatures gazed at the heaven and earth Tao fruit suspended above the ground, speculating in their hearts. Shengtian had a very positive image, and in front of such terrifying celestial phenomena, the beings who knew of her began to hope that she could save everything. Inside the Taoist field of the beginningless, Guan stayed in his own room, watching the battle. Zhu Shi was absorbing the power of the heaven and earth Tao fruit while resisting the offensive from the supreme demon realm, facing thousands alone, displaying immense strength. That supreme demon emperor was also a profound yuan-free immortal, and even at the same realm, with a group of powerful subordinates assisting him, he was still unable to gain the upper hand over Zhu Shi. At this rate, Zhu Shi would certainly merge with the heaven and earth Tao fruit. Judging by Zhu Zai's performance, Guan felt she was now invincible in the profound yuan-free immortal realm, which was quite exaggerated since she had not only just entered the profound yuan-free immortal realm but had also just broken through from the Taoist Zhang Zizai immortal realm. Even with the borrowed power of the immortal seeker aiding Zhu Shi, her own battle talent was also very strong. Looking across all beings in the celestial spirit great world, judging solely by battle talent, Guan felt that only Yin Hao could barely compare to Zhu Shi. Li Ye, LV Xian, Yang Jian, Chen Chuan, and others were far behind. With Guan's current cultivation level, he had the confidence to make such a judgment, for all beings in the world were within his sight. "Disciple, what would you do?" Guan muttered to himself, referring to Yin Hao. Under the guidance of the celestial Tao Golden Core, Yin Hao also wanted to contend for the heaven and earth Tao fruit. But even with the power of the celestial Dao Golden Core, he couldn't possibly be Zhu Zai's opponent. The celestial Dao Golden Core and the heaven and earth Dao Fruit both belonged to the same person, but the Dao Fruit itself was transformed from the Golden Core. How this being could retain both Dao Fruit and Golden Core, or what Taoist technique they cultivated, was unknown. Could he possibly nurture two Golden Cores? Guwen began to look forward to this being's appearance. All the current struggles were a game between the celestial spirit god and the founder of the celestial spirit great world. All beings were mere pawns. Apart from Guwen, the immortal seeker was the only variable. Long Jun from the past did not count. He was no threat to the celestial spirit god. As Guwen continued to deduce, the battle between the supreme demon realm and Shengtian intensified, and the world began to feel the effects, with the range getting wider and wider. As the saying goes, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. Even a hint of their unleashed pressure was enough to plunge a region into crisis. Time flew by rapidly. An Exen, celestial demon child, LV Xian, and others couldn't calm down to cultivate. They gathered together, discussing the earth-shaking battle. The screen Guwen left behind was reflecting the heaven and earth Dao Fruit, which was precisely the battlefield itself. SAR the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Looking at the unstoppable Zhu Xi, those who had seen her before were all marveling. They had never imagined that the once timid female disciple would have such a domineering side. It looks like the supreme demon realm can't stop her. She seems to be absorbing the power of the heaven and earth Dao Fruit. Goodness, if she successfully absorbs it, will she continue to break through? This Dao Fruit is heaven and earth itself. Controlling it would mean controlling the entire world. It's unimaginable. Yes, but don't forget what Master said. All of this is due to the machinations of immortal gods, who have yet to show themselves. Disciples excitedly discussed among themselves. They were amazed by Zhu Xi and the strength of the supreme demon realm, but they weren't panicked. Although they didn't say it outright, everyone felt in their hearts that Guwen was the strongest. Even the blood prison great saint, who had seen the end of great heaven and earth, was calm. In his view, even if his master couldn't defeat that being capable of destroying the universe, he had the power to protect himself. As long as his master dared to continue watching the chaos, he wouldn't panic. He even suspected that his master wanted to snatch the heaven and earth Dao Fruit. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. The battle for the Dao Fruit continued. The supreme demon realm had already lost half of its forces, and much of the land had cracked, killing countless beings. Sea waves rolled endlessly into the distance, with many magical treasures and flying creatures following them. Various sects were migrating, and there were imperial dynasties taking their citizens to flee, but during the escape, there was both unity and shady deeds happening. Tai Tsang continent was far from the heaven and earth Dao Fruit. Countless cultivators at the continent's edge were blocking tsunamis. There was no immediate catastrophe, but the hearts of everyone grew increasingly heavy. The longer time dragged on, the more disaster it brought to all beings. That day at noon, another boundless and mighty pressure descended. This pressure didn't make the creatures of heaven and earth feel uncomfortable but instead brought a revitalizing sensation. That golden core has actually found an inheritor. Wait, could it be? The immortal seeker, standing on the heaven and earth Dao Fruit, frowned and muttered to himself. Not far away, Zhu Xi continued to absorb the power of the heaven and earth Dao Fruit. Looking upward, Zhu Xi was condensing a Dharma aspect even larger than the heaven and earth Dao Fruit, with 1,000 arms, each holding different magical treasures. The Dharma aspect was ever-changing and dazzling to behold. Zhu Xi turned her head to look at him and asked, "Could it be what?" The immortal seeker had a complex look in his eyes but simply shook his head slightly, saying nothing. Seeing that he was hiding something from her, a chill flashed in Zhu Zai's eyes, but she said no more. At this point, she had no retreat. In fact, not seeing the celestial spirit god up to this point, Zhu Xi felt something was off. The absence of the celestial spirit god meant that even if her actions were successful, they wouldn't threaten him, which was a frightening prospect. Zhu Xi looked down at the heaven and earth Dao Fruit beneath her feet, her gaze attempting to pierce through the golden Dao patterns, to see through the heaven and earth Dao Fruit. A dazzling bright light struck from the side, hitting Zhu Zai's face. She glanced over to see a huge sun appearing in the sky, illuminating the entire celestial spirit great world. In an instant, the whole world was enveloped in strong light. The nearby continents and oceans were stripped of color. Boom, 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 out of the massive sun surged waves of fire, forming huge golden dragons larger than mountains, breathing scorching heat. The heaven and earth Tao fruit, I, and how also desire it. A loud voice like thunder rang through heaven and earth, audible to all creatures. The name and how instantly embedded itself in the memory of all beings. Those who knew him were incredulous, and those who didn't felt tense. Just hearing the voice made one want to submit. Such a powerful being entering the battlefield would surely bring even greater catastrophe to heaven and earth. And how? At Supreme Sect, within the Third Medicine Valley, the aged LV Bayan sat by his garden, looking up at the bright sun in the sky, mumbling to himself. His turbid eyes gradually brightened. In a trance, it seemed he saw the spirited youth from 9,000 years ago standing in front of him again. I really am old, LV Bayan mumbled to himself. But you certainly aren't old yet. Where are you watching all this? Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 549. Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable, Supreme Demon Emperor Gu-in appeared with the Celestial Tao Golden Core, and that magnificent celestial might made the situation in the great heaven and earth even tenser. She did not respond to Gu-an's forceful shouting. She directly controlled the Dharma aspect to strike at Gu-in, releasing the profound primordial aura that made the rules of heaven and earth tremble, causing the celestial vault's thunderclouds to churn and change color, with various anomalies emerging one after another. The clash between the Celestial Tao Golden Core and the Heaven and Earth Tao Fruit affected the entire great heaven and earth. This time, there was no retreat for all beings, as the disaster was no longer centered around the Heaven and Earth Tao Fruit spreading outwards, but instead causing the great heaven and earth to crack everywhere, with no pattern to speak of. In front of these two powerful forces, any being wishing to participate in the struggle did not even have the qualification to approach. The 7 subordinates of the Silent Destruction God Emperor were not attracted to the Heaven and Earth Tao Fruit. Instead, they flew towards the outer heaven. After a long time, they flew to the World Gate, and in front of the seated Celestial Spirit God, they bowed respectfully, with a reverent attitude. One of them took out a long command token, and said carefully, "Celestial God, we wish to return to our great thousand world." The Celestial Spirit God did not open his eyes, but the World Gate behind him began to tremble, and a strong light burst forth from within, which relieved the 7 individuals, who immediately flew into the World Gate. After their figures disappeared, the World Gate quickly returned to calm, and the strong light inside faded away. A mass of black chi condensed out of thin air next to the Celestial Spirit God, gradually forming a sinister, cold face. Celestial God, in this battle, my supreme demon realm has suffered heavy losses. Why have you not taken action yet? The mysterious face asked, its tone perplexed. The Celestial Spirit God slowly opened his eyes, which were brighter than the sun and the moon and also demonstrated celestial might. Seeing him open his eyes, the aura of the mysterious face visibly weakened. I have my own certainty. What you seek is for the supreme demon realm to become an independent great heaven and earth. Even if these demons die out, it doesn't matter. The Celestial Spirit God's tone was categorically strong-willed, causing the mysterious face to frown. The Celestial Spirit God's gaze looked towards the Celestial Spirit Great World, his eyes indifferent, yet seeming to be anticipating something. May I ask, Celestial God, now that the Celestial Tao destiny has dissipated, why don't you simply destroy the Celestial Spirit Great World? Your goal couldn't possibly be that heaven and earth Tao fruit. The mysterious face continued to ask, growing uneasy as the situation progressed. He couldn't quite pinpoint the source of his unease. He understood the Celestial Spirit God. this celestial god disdained deception and would fulfill promises he made. But he didn't understand what the celestial spirit god was thinking. Do you know who created the celestial spirit great world? The celestial spirit god asked, his voice devoid of any emotion. The mysterious face answered, I only know of such a creator, unaware of their identity and name. He is the celestial spirit immortal venerable, surpassing the free immortal, condensing the golden immortal Tao fruit. The celestial court's immortal official recruited him, offering him the celestial Tao immortal position, life as long as heavenly Tao. The celestial spirit god explained. He refused. Thus he met such a fate, and his great thousand world is also not blessed by the heavenly Tao. The mysterious face went silent, pondering the celestial spirit god's intent. Was it a warning? Or was it touting the dominance of the celestial court? The celestial spirit god turned his head towards the mysterious face, his gaze making the mysterious face's color unnaturally change. Supreme Demon Emperor, you have undergone reincarnation tens of thousands of times, always one step shy of the golden immortal Tao fruit. The shortfall lies in your understanding of the world. Once you create a great world, you will naturally break through. But you must always remember who created everything and who set the order. When the heavenly Tao wishes you to do something, going against the heavenly Tao will mark the beginning of your endless calamity. The tone of the celestial spirit god made the one called Supreme Demon Emperor's expression fluctuate. Meanwhile, the great battle in the human world was still ongoing. Guan, who was manipulating the celestial Tao golden core, had white hair and skin that even started to show bloodstains. Even so, he was still resolutely staring at Zhu Xi. Zhu Xi glanced at him, her eyes revealing a disdainful sneer. She didn't understand what and how was fighting for, but the heaven and earth Tao fruit was a trap in itself. Countless beings went mad for it, reckless with their own lives. The immortal seeker looked at and Hao with a peculiar gaze, occasionally glancing back at Zhu Xi. Suddenly, Zhu Xi spoke up, it seems we both consider ourselves the savior, but I am stronger. If I'm not mistaken, what we're facing is not just the celestial spirit god but also the existence who created the celestial spirit great world, your disciple as well. As her words ended, Zhu Zai's eyes turned cold as she looked toward the immortal seeker. The immortal seeker had sought her out under the pretext of helping his disciple seek revenge. Now that his disciple was not entirely dead, their trust was naturally crumbling. Search * the Nellfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The immortal seeker sighed, I failed to see through him. I didn't expect him to hide so deeply. However, what comes next is a good thing for you. You won't have to face the celestial spirit god alone. Zhu Xi lifted her right hand, and the thousand-handed Dharma aspect above her changed gestures, the various magical treasures blazing with dazzling light. And Hao, suspended in front of the celestial Tao golden core, suddenly had his pupils constrict. The world in front of him changed abruptly, and he found himself in a barren land with no bounds. There was no sky above, only a brilliant star's cape, and Zhu Zai's Dharma aspect loomed even larger above him, looking down. And Hao frowned. Behind him, more waves of fire surged from the celestial Tao golden core, quickly pulling him into it. One of us will be possessed by him, and even though you are also a disciple of Master, his favorite disciple, I won't give up on myself. Zhu Zai's voice echoed beneath the starry void, filled with an oppressive force. Within the celestial Tao golden core, an eye appeared, occupying the entirety of it, bearing a resemblance to Hao's eyes, yet different. Meanwhile, in reality, the celestial Tao golden core collided with Zhu Zai's Dharma aspect, scattering it before landing on the heaven and earth Tao fruit, while Zhu Xi and the immortal seeker had vanished without a trace. From a cosmic perspective, the celestial spirit great world burst into a wave of shock force, spreading extravagantly through the universe. The layers of celestial Tao light completely dissipated, and the beings fleeing to outer heaven were eradicated by the shock, utterly annihilated. The evil demons assaulting the heaven and earth Tao fruit from the supreme demon realm were wiped out. In contrast, the cultivators from the human world remained unharmed. Elsewhere, In front of the world gate, the celestial spirit god slowly rose to his feet. Just as the supreme demon emperor was about to speak, he sharply turned his head, showing a look of shock. This aura, how is it possible? Is he really still alive? Exclaimed the supreme demon emperor. The celestial spirit god raised his right hand, and a giant axe appeared in his grip, spiraling with celestial Tao flame. It was the white flame that symbolized absolute order. I have been looking forward to this battle for a long time, forgetting how many years it has been. The voice of the celestial spirit god resounded, his tone becoming excited for the first time, tinged with a trace of fervor. Far away in the Taoist field of the beginningless, Guan suddenly sat up, his expression peculiar, and his eyes filled with surprise. Guan noticed that Enhao's physical body had merged with the heaven and earth Tao fruit, even evolving into a different aura. It felt like the awakening of a past life, yet different. Enhao was undoubtedly connected to the founder of the celestial spirit great world, but likely not a reincarnation. While surprised by Enhao's transformation, the strength of the celestial spirit god was something neither Enhao nor the heaven and earth Tao fruit could contend with. It would ultimately be up to him to make a move. Guan stood up and began to limber up inside the room, forming a stark contrast with the celestial spirit god before the world gate. He was eager to try. The other, invincible to the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 550. The Treasures of the Immortal Palace. The collision of the forces between the heaven and earth Tao fruit and the celestial Tao golden core not only made the world tremble but also affected the other great heaven and earths within the universe, turning the disaster into a cosmic calamity. The Tao mist in the silent extinction domain surged violently, with pieces of nebulae dispersing and new ones being born. The cosmic beasts hidden in darkness began to flee in all directions, presenting a chaotic scene in the vast, boundless universe. At Supreme Sect, on the mountains at the edge of the Third Medicine Valley, Long Qing, Long Jun, and Candle Star stood side by side, looking towards the bright light on the horizon, their faces barely concealing their shock. Candle Star couldn't help but look at Long Jun and asked, "Senior, can you see through all this?" He could feel a powerful presence awakening in the distance, its momentum increasing at an unimaginable pace. "I cannot see through it either. What is happening now is completely different from the future I foresaw," Long Jun replied, his eyes complex. Long Qing caught a glimpse of Long Jun's expression with his peripheral vision and sensed the unrest and confusion of this elder. This was the first time he had seen such an expression on his ancestor's face. He looked back towards the horizon, his emotions mixed. "Brother Enhao." "Zhu Shi." Long Qing murmured these two names in his heart. Both were fellow disciples, and although Zhu Shi was Saint Heaven reincarnated, they had this connection. How could he not be affected? Wuxia world. Sight he realized he truly wasn't the master's most favored disciple. And how in Zhu Shi had already been able to dominate the trends of heaven and earth, while he could only hide within Medicine Valley to cultivate his divine skills, which were profound and unfathomable, and how much longer it would take to master them was unknown. All living beings were enveloped by the bright light, and everything lost its color. Even mortal spirits could feel the oppressive force swiftly strengthening, but, miraculously, this didn't extinguish the mortal spirits. From the view of the universe, at the center of the celestial spirit great world, there was a mass of strong light, and this light was rising. Within the strong light, two figures were battling, Zhu Shi and Enhao. Zhu's eyes Dharma aspect shrank to 10,000 zhang tall, completely suppressing Enhao, who had turned into a bloodied figure, his physical body occasionally exploding but quickly coalescing again. Both were utilizing the power of heaven and earth, but Zhu's eyes cultivation level was far superior to Enhao's, the gap in strength vast. "You're no match for me, give up." Zhu Shi looked down upon Enhao, her cold voice echoing, her Dharma aspect not ceasing its spell casting. Enhao didn't utter a word, clenching his teeth and persevering, his blood-streaked white hair whipping about as if he were a mad demon. Patterns of gold slowly appeared on his chest, and soon an eye emerged, It was the mysterious giant eye from within the celestial Dao golden core. Seeing this eye, Zhu Shi frowned. At that moment, countless light stars burst forth from behind Zhu Shi, hurtling towards Anhao at high speed, and her expression drastically changed. She felt her own power being siphoned away, headed towards Anhao. The divine skills taught by the Immortal Seeker could prevent her from being devoured by the Heaven and Earth Dao fruit, but they could not stop the power of the Heaven and Earth Dao fruit from leaving. What's going on? Zhu Shi furrowed her brows tightly, staring intently at Anhao. As the power of the Heaven and Earth Dao fruit surged into Anhao's body, he rapidly transformed into a blood silkworm, his curled-up body faintly visible. It wasn't just the power of the Heaven and Earth Dao fruit but also the power of the celestial Dao golden core no longer lent to Anhao, but merging inside him in an inexplicable manner. Anhao was transforming into someone else. Meanwhile, Guwen, exercising his muscles in secret, was startled by Anhao's fate turning murky, making him hesitant about whether to make a move prematurely. But if he struck prematurely, the master of the great world would still leave behind a hidden danger. If the will of the master of the celestial spirit great world remained and could observe all creatures, that posed a risk for Guwen as well. He couldn't let anyone know of his ability to steal lifespans. So, he would wait. It was only fair that Anhao should pay a price for his choices, since no one had forced him on this path. Guwen saw the celestial spirit god move, holding that familiar massive axe and walking towards the celestial spirit great world. Behind him followed a mass of demonic qi, whose essence was the same as the evil demons of the supreme demon realm, especially similar to that of the supreme demon emperor. With just one glance, Guwen saw through its cause and effect. The supreme demon emperor, the ancient being who established the supreme demon realm. The supreme demon emperor was merely his disciple, managing the supreme demon realm on his behalf while he had always hidden in the shadows, unknown to anyone in the supreme demon realm except for the supreme demon emperor. Feeling something, the supreme demon emperor suddenly stopped. The celestial spirit god paid no mind and continued forward, his eyes only on the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable. He didn't walk fast, still waiting for the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable to revive. Before long, having lost the power of the Heaven and Earth Dao fruit, Zhu Zai's cultivation level fell sharply, suddenly dropping to the Taoist Zhang Zizai Immortal Realm. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, her complexion instantly turning pallid. She looked ahead, and the blood silkworm transformed by Anhao had grown over 100,000 zhang tall. His figure had also become enormous, still curling up. A deep breathing sound came from inside the blood silkworm, as if the oldest demon god was about to awaken. "Are you still not leaving?" The voice of the Immortal Seeker entered Zhu Zai's ears. She turned her head to see the Immortal Seeker appearing beside her. His body emitted a faint silver light, his robe fluttering slightly, full of immortal energy. Zhu Shi retorted, "Leave? Where do I go? To the World Gate?" The Immortal Seeker sighed. "I underestimated him, perhaps I was also calculated by him. I will help you leave, your talent should not be buried here." Just as Zhu Shi was about to continue mocking, the Immortal Seeker's soul emerged from his body and he turned, swinging his hand towards her. His palm was incredibly fast, so fast that even Zhu Shi in the Taoist Zhang Zizai Immortal Realm couldn't react in time. Struck by the palm wind from afar, Zhu Zai's eyes widened as she fell backward, a silver-white light gate appearing behind her. She fell straight into it, and the light gate abruptly vanished. The flesh of the Immortal Seeker perished, leaving only his soul floating in the void, his face showing a weary expression. He turned to look at the massive blood silkworm, his gaze complex. "My disciple, why must you also hide from your master? Could it really have been your fault back then?" the Immortal Seeker muttered to himself. "Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable, you established the Celestial Spirit Great World, and were conferred the Celestial Dao Immortal position by the Celestial Court, yet you refused and even harmed immortal officials, sacrificing all living beings. Now, do you still want to commit crimes?" The voice of the celestial spirit god came from the depths of the universe and reached the ears of all beings in the universe. The name Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable made all beings remember. Establish the celestial spirit great world? Sacrifice all living beings? The information in these words struck fear into all beings. Then another voice arose, "What about you, celestial spirit god? Without my establishment of the great thousand world, where would your godly position come from? You forced me to sacrifice all living beings, you keep the great thousand world in its shattered state, unable to be repaired by the heavenly Tao. Your actions have already violated the celestial rules. What are you pursuing? Do you think I don't know?" Celestial spirit immortal venerable. His voice was similar to Jianghu's, but more imposing. Listening to their dialogue, the immortal seeker furrowed his brow tightly, seeming to think of something incredible. He looked up at the giant blood silkworm and couldn't help but say, "Back when you followed me to the immortal palace, could you really have stolen that ultimate treasure?" The giant blood silkworm did not make another sound, and the celestial spirit god did not continue the conversation. Though the dialogue had ended, the vast oppressive force of the celestial spirit god was drawing near. Inside the house, Guwen, listening to the conversation of the two, grew curious. What was the relationship between the celestial spirit god and celestial spirit immortal venerable, and what were the treasures they mentioned? Boom! Accompanied by a heaven-shattering loud noise, the universe trembled as the giant blood silkworm exploded. Blood winds raged in various directions of the universe. A towering figure appeared. It was Jianghu, but more robust than before. His upper body bare, an eye growing on his chest, a black dragon wrapped around his waist, vicious black chi surged below, encircling him, his white hair wildly flying. That face, identical to Jianghu's, showed no emotion. He was Jianghu, and he was also the celestial spirit immortal venerable. Reflected in his eyes was the approaching figure of the celestial spirit god. The two, separated across the universe, locked in a destined conflict with only each other in their sight. "Master, you shouldn't have come. Go back, pretend you know nothing of this. Whether it's him or me, whether alive or dead, do not pursue it further." The voice of the celestial spirit immortal venerable rang out again, seemingly unafraid of others hearing, his voice still resonant. Chapter 551. Guwen versus the celestial spirit god. Hearing the words of the celestial spirit immortal venerable, the immortal seeker's expression turned ugly, anger apparent in his eyes. "Why have you chosen to be born at this time?" The immortal seeker looked up at the figure of the celestial spirit immortal venerable and asked, suppressing his rage, knowing now was not the time for petty calculations. The celestial spirit immortal venerable did not answer but instead turned to gaze toward the celestial spirit great world, his eyes filled with profound meaning. At the same time, a brilliant light appeared from the depths of the universe. It was the figure of the celestial spirit god holding the celestial Tao divine axe. Stepping on the Tao rules, every step he took, ripples spread throughout the cosmic space. Under his steps, the universe seemed ephemeral, ready to vanish at any moment. The celestial spirit immortal venerable turned back, refocusing his gaze on the celestial spirit god. He raised his right hand, palm facing upwards, and gold flames spontaneously appeared and rapidly coalesced into a great cauldron, growing larger continuously until it dwarfed his own form. Above the cauldron, a vortex with stars scattered within, breathtakingly beautiful, resembling the most mystical secret realm, brimming with allure. The moment the cauldron appeared, all beings felt as if their strength was being siphoned away. Countless fell paralyzed to the ground, those flying cultivators and demons crashing into oceans and between mountains. All at once, the celestial spirit great world fell silent. Inside the palace, Jianghu lay weak on the staircase, looking toward the outside of the grand doors, her face revealing a look of despair. Wuxia world. Sight Wuxia world. Said. She felt her mana and chi power being drawn out in an instant, even her divine sense disappearing without a trace. Her Tao practice accumulated over nearly 10,000 years. How could this be? She couldn't fathom what she was experiencing, and what kind of being was behind this. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught another pair of feet beside her. Her pupils dilated sharply as she was about to look up. A hand grasped her forearm. Endless mana poured into her, revitalizing her strength rapidly. Feeling this mana, Jianghu didn't need to see the person to instantly let her guard down. She looked up with a smile on her face. It really is you, Jianghu said softly, her expression somewhat infatuated. Guwen pulled her to her feet and asked with a smile, do you know why your mana disappeared? Jianghu leaned on him. Why? Because the mana you cultivated and you yourself are creatures of great heaven and earth. For great heaven and earth to reclaim everything from you, it's as easy as turning over one's hand, Guwen said with a helpless smile, feeling her body against his. At such a time, this guy was still making his moves. Hearing this, Jianghu frowned, straightened up and asked, Great heaven and earth? Is great heaven and earth punishing us now? What did we do wrong? That's right, you did nothing wrong. But great heaven and earth is not what you think it is. It's actually a person, or rather a cultivator whose emotions cannot be swayed by those he created, like you. Gu's answer shocked Jianghu, her beautiful eyes widened, speechless. Because the words came from Guwen, she believed them. And because she believed, her perception was overthrown. She felt the world was preposterous. While Guwen was explaining the truth about great heaven and earth to Jianghu, the celestial spirit god had already arrived before the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable, no longer smaller in stature than the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable. Under the presence of the two mighty beings, the celestial spirit Great World seemed nothing more than a stepping stone, no longer holding the grandeur and magnificence of great heaven and earth. The celestial spirit god, still holding the celestial Tao divine axe and emitting a strong heavenly light, dazzling to the extreme, looked at the great cauldron in the hands of the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable and spoke, Purple Chi Creation Cauldron, being with you has done it a disservice. Today, I hope you will let it show its true strength. The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable fixated on the celestial spirit god, you have grown stronger. The celestial spirit god lifted the celestial Tao divine axe, pointing at him, after I execute you and destroy your great thousand world, I will shed the identity of the celestial spirit and ascend to an even higher rank among the immortal gods. Had you not ambushed me back then, the outcome would still be in question. As the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable's voice fell, the purple Chi Creation Cauldron burst forth with a vast Chi sea. The silvery stellar seas suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire universe. The aura of the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable surged relentlessly. He was absorbing the power of all things in the universe, including the powers of those great worlds. The celestial spirit god still did not make a move. The soul of the immortal seeker floated in the distance, his gaze locked on the celestial spirit god. He could tell that the celestial spirit god had utter contempt for the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable. Has he reached a higher realm? The immortal seeker frowned, feeling uneasy. It was not just him, even the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable could feel the disdain from the celestial spirit god. At that moment, within the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable, inside a dark space, and Hao stood beside the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable, both gazing ahead. 100 yards away, a screen of light suspended, showing the figure of the celestial spirit god. Looking at the immovable celestial spirit god, the disheveled and Hao felt uneasy. He turned to the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable and asked, Are you confident? The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable, dressed in a white robe, looked very similar to an Hao, though with a more weathered face. I can only do my best, and besides, I have no other choice, do I? The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable replied, his answer darkening in Hao's expression. The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable turned to Hao with a smile. Don't worry too much. With my abilities, even if I cannot defeat him, helping you to escape to safety is hardly a difficult task. And Hao was not pleased. He asked, White, do you treat me this way? He had a suspicion in his heart but dared not voice it. You guessed right, but also not quite. You can indeed be considered my child, but not in the way you understand birth. You were conceived from my own Tao, and it was my choice to let you be born where you were. As long as you are within my great thousand world, I could even keep you immortal. I have always been watching over you, the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable continued. Chapter 551. Gu and versus the celestial spirit god. 2 and how didn't feel shocked. In the thousands of years he had spent comprehending the celestial Tao golden core, he had long sensed that his destiny pattern was extraordinary, which is why he could feel his own mission. He stared at the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable and asked, "The change of era, was it your active choice, or was it the choice of the heavenly Tao? If there were no change of era, the celestial Tao light layer weakening, how would the celestial spirit God dare to make a move?" In the process of his comprehension of the heavenly Tao, he could feel the suppression of the so-called immortal gods by the heavenly Tao. "That's right, it was my active choice," replied the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable, his gaze fixed on the celestial spirit God in the light screen. And Hao immediately became anxious and asked, "Why?" "You know I need time to grow. Given time, I would surely be able to help you eradicate the celestial spirit God and aid in your resurrection." He had absolute confidence in his talent. The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable turned to look at him, his eyes complex, and said, "Child, you truly are my most perfect creation, you make me prouder than the entire great thousand world, but it's not that I don't give you time, it's because there are existences in the world that are even more terrifying than the celestial spirit God." "What existences?" And Hao frowned and asked. Today, the number of powerful beings ravaging the celestial spirit great world were countless, and many names flashed through his mind. At that moment, in reality, the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable's right hand raised, and the purple chi creation cauldron took flight, spinning, the mouth of the cauldron facing the celestial spirit God. Boom! A majestic force that made the entire universe tremble erupted from the cauldron mouth, and a vast silver-blue chi sea burst forth, grand and unstoppable, illuminating the celestial vault of the celestial spirit great world. Wuxia world. Sight countless creatures lying on the ground looked up to see the celestial vault disappear. They saw a silver-blue giant river, within which countless stars twinkled. The eyes of all beings were filled with dots of silver-blue light. They saw the figures of the celestial spirit God and the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable, resembling two founding gods, making all creatures feel their own insignificance. Even those in the immortal Tao realm felt nothing but infinite reverence in their hearts at this moment. The divine power of the purple chi creation cauldron fell onto the body of the celestial spirit God, blocked by a layer of white light. How domineering was this silver river, capable of destroying everything? The space it passed through was ripped apart into dark regions, yet even such a powerful force could not shake the figure of the celestial spirit God. "Is this all you can do?" The voice of the celestial spirit God sounded, with a hint of disappointment. Inside the dark space, and Hao witnessed this scene, his brows deeply furrowed. "As for what existence, I cannot tell you. Now, our opponent is him, the celestial spirit God, the real immortal God." The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable looked ahead as he spoke, his expression returning to indifference. As his voice fell, the purple chi creation cauldron trembled, and from within that silver river emerged numerous silver figures. They swiftly attacked the celestial spirit God, and in the blink of an eye, the number of silver figures reached an exaggerated amount. They quickly surrounded the celestial spirit God, the disparity in their figures immense, like dust surrounding Mount Tai, yet somehow the dust was plentiful enough to completely surround it. Boom! A terrifying axe chi erupted, dispersing millions of silver figures, chopping through the silver river, striking the purple chi creation cauldron, and the mightily purple chi creation cauldron was directly sent flying. The purple chi creation cauldron disappeared into the depths of the universe, and all was once again silent. With just one move, the celestial spirit God had defeated the divine skills of the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable, even sending his treasure flying. The celestial spirit God maintained the posture of swinging his axe, his right arm turning slightly, swinging his axe again. The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable immediately raised his palm to defend, a powerful mana bursting forth containing the strength of thousands of great power of heaven and earth, wishing to contend against the celestial spirit God. Boom! A deafening roar resounded in the ears of all beings, and they faintly heard something like the sound of shattering crystal. Facing the attack of the celestial spirit God, The great magical power of the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable could not hold on, and was directly dispersed. His flesh bore densely packed wounds, gruesomely ghastly. Heaven-balancing golden immortal. The immortal seeker floating in the void looked extremely ugly as he struggled to utter these 4 words. The heavily injured celestial spirit Immortal Venerable furrowed his brows, his gaze towards the celestial spirit God complex. Inside the dark space, the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable took a deep breath. And Hao's spirit was taut. He hadn't anticipated the disparity between the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable and the celestial spirit God to be so great. Ooh? And Hao asked cautiously. He didn't know how to show his concern, because right then, there was nothing he could do. It seems I cannot stop him. I will send you away. Once the celestial spirit great world is extinguished, you and I will have no more karma. Live well, for me, and witness an even vaster heaven and earth. The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable took a deep breath and spoke somberly. Upon hearing this, Hao immediately became anxious. He was about to speak when the voice of the celestial spirit God resonated through the dark space. Trying to escape? Do you really think it's like the old days? Before the words even fell, the celestial spirit God in the light screen swung his axe again. This axe struck not only the immense body of the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable but also shattered the light screen and the dark space. Intense light poured in, enveloping Hao and the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable. And Hao was horrified to find himself suppressed by an incredibly strong force, completely unable to move. He could only glance towards the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable. However, what made him even more desperate was the look of panic that appeared on the face of the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable. What realm are you exactly? The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable bit out, equally unable to move. He knew that the celestial spirit God was strong, but he hadn't expected the gap to be so huge. Faced with the celestial spirit God, he had no power to resist. In the midst of the blinding light, the celestial spirit God, just like before, stepped forward, seemingly symbolizing a divine power of destruction, unstoppable. Heaven-balancing golden immortal, mid-stage. The voice of the celestial spirit God echoed through the space that was breaking apart, causing the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable to lose his composure. Chapter 551. Gu and versus the celestial spirit God. _3 Even after creating the celestial spirit great world, the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable had barely reached the innate golden immortal realm, and the heaven-balancing golden immortal seemed infinitely distant to him, almost an extravagant wish. However, the celestial spirit God had attained it, even surpassing the early stage. In a daze, the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable thought back to when his master had taken him to the Immortal Palace and he saw the celestial spirit God. At that time, the celestial spirit God was merely his junior, who had appeared in the Immortal Palace because the master of the Immortal Palace had taken notice of his talent. Rising from the mortal world to become the heaven-encompassing free immortal, the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable didn't care about this. In his eyes, even if the talent of the celestial spirit God was extraordinary, it would never surpass his own. In the end, he died at the hands of the celestial spirit God. And now, the celestial spirit God had far surpassed him. Throughout the long years of death, the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable could sense the presence of the celestial spirit God. The celestial spirit God had never left. Which means the celestial spirit God had achieved the heaven-balancing golden immortal by meditating and attaining enlightenment on his own. Thinking of this, the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable's pride was completely shattered. He totally lost his spirit. Senior. Faint voices reached the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable's ears, but they could not awaken his fighting spirit. Father! Suddenly, the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable felt a jolt like thunder awakening him. He instinctively turned his head and saw Hao looking at him, his face fierce. Father! Since you are my father, you cannot just surrender. Even if you die, you must die fighting. Hao gritted his teeth and roared, struggling to speak as he was unable to move. Sir, the novel fire. Net asterisk website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He could accept defeat, he could accept death, but he could not accept the celestial spirit immortal venerable losing confidence. Ever since his parents died in his childhood, he too had fantasized about them still being alive. Facing a demon beast back then, his father was just a mortal who, in order to protect him, fearlessly drew the beast away. It was his father's example that gave him the courage to fight to the death to protect an exile from the same village. Later, he met Guwen, the most important mentor of his life, whose strength and fearlessness guided him. The fear of the celestial spirit immortal venerable made Enhao angry. He would not allow the celestial spirit immortal venerable to display such loss of composure. What fear is there in death? Touched by Enhao's gaze, the celestial spirit immortal venerable took a deep breath and looked back at the celestial spirit god with a determined expression. He struggled to raise his right hand, facing the aura of the heaven-balancing golden immortal, his hand shaking uncontrollably, not from fear, but from being unable to bear the pressure. Even in death, I must protect him. The celestial spirit immortal venerable bit his teeth, thinking thus in his heart. Suddenly, the celestial spirit god appeared abruptly in front of the two, raising the celestial Tao divine axe high, ready to strike at Enhao. He intended to execute Enhao right in front of the celestial spirit immortal venerable. The pupils of the celestial spirit immortal venerable shrank, time seemed to freeze, and he felt so slow. Although Enhao was right beside him, his hand just couldn't reach him. Enhao's face was illuminated by a bright light. He remained fierce, his eyes filled with towering rage, staring fixedly at the celestial spirit god. He was ready to face death, but he did not wish to die without dignity. Boom! Darkness fell before Enhao's eyes, and then a wild wind arose. The pressure that bound him suddenly vanished, but another indescribable force enveloped him, forcing him to close his eyes. Ha! The surprised voice of the celestial spirit god rang out, startling Enhao into hurriedly opening his eyes. When he saw the figure before him, his eyes widened, and his body trembled. Between the celestial spirit god and Enhao, a figure appeared, blocking the celestial Tao divine axe in the hands of the celestial spirit god. The divine axe was suspended above the head of this person, unable to fall, the blade about 10 centimeters from their forehead, but it was these 10 centimeters that saved Enhao's life. The celestial spirit immortal venerable also felt the binds on himself disappear and turned to look at the figure that had appeared. His brows furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with fear. "Master!" Enhao exclaimed excitedly. That person was none other than Guwen. Guwen, dressed in black, stood in front of Enhao, his robe fluttering, the Cyan Hong sword hung at his waist, his right hand still resting on the hilt, as he calmly stared down the celestial spirit god. As their four eyes met, the celestial spirit god's gaze held a scrutinizing hint, while Guwen was as peaceful as still water. Guwen had imagined countless times standing in confrontation with the celestial spirit god. Now that the moment had truly arrived, his heart settled into an unprecedented calm. At that moment, facing the celestial spirit god was not just Guwen. There was also the extremity, Yang Xian, and the Black Profound Emperor. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 552, Celestial Idao Skill, One Sword Slays God, Celestial Spirit God. Middle stage of Hengtian Golden Immortal Realm 0/0/0. Guwen looked at the lifespan detection prompt before him, feeling puzzled. The fact that information could be detected indicated that this celestial spirit god was indeed in real flesh. A situation where all values were 0 made him think of the divine exotic ghost king. Was this so-called immortality dependent on sacrificing one's own lifespan to some power? Who are you? The celestial spirit god's voice echoed in the fragmented dark space, his posture poised with the axe raised. Guwen stood before him, gazing calmly and said, "As an immortal god, yet you seek to annihilate all beings in the great world. I really want to know, Is this your own principle of action, or the will of the celestial court? In his past life, while he was still on Earth City, he had heard of the myths of the celestial court, with both positive and negative aspects. The status of the celestial court in mythology was undeniably recognized by the Wuxia people. This life, whenever he heard of the celestial court, his feelings were complex, joyful yet anxious. He was joyful that the name of the celestial court could reach the earth where he came from. Was there hope for him to return? Anxious because, if the celestial court truly existed, would his writings of Journey to the West and The Investiture of the Gods alarm the celestial court? These emotions had been smoothed out as time passed. The celestial spirit god looked at Guan and asked, "Is it important?" "Very important." The answer made the celestial spirit god fall silent for a moment. The celestial spirit god solemnly said, "The heavenly Tao has its celestial rules. Celestial gods have their own choices." This response slightly changed Guan's view of him. By this point, that the celestial spirit god could maintain the image of the celestial court was enough to prove his loyalty to it, and it also indicated that his attitude towards the celestial spirit great world stemmed from personal feelings. A force more powerful than the celestial spirit god erupted, repelling him, and the collapsing dark space shattered as well, transporting them back into the cosmos. Tao protecting divine essence. The powerful divine power dispersed the celestial Tao divine light surrounding the celestial spirit god, revealing his true form. He was dressed in heavy silver armor, his helmet adorned with a silver dragon, his breastplate resembled a qilin, shoulder pads with phoenixes spreading their wings, and a red belt emanating pieces of world power. In his hand, the celestial Tao divine axe contained vast heavenly power, blazing and imposing. An astonished expression appeared on the stern face of the celestial spirit god. Just one move, and he felt that the other's cultivation level was not weaker than his own. With such Tao practice, why intervene in the calamity of the great world? The celestial spirit god stared intently at Guan and asked in a deep voice. He could feel boundless way of cause and effect enveloping the cosmos, and there was no escape for him. Even the connection to the heavenly Tao was severed. The opponent was exceedingly adept in the way of cause and effect. Guan raised his right hand, the celestial star sword appeared in his grasp, and the blade wrapped itself in dazzling sword light, intensely bright. And Hao looked at Guan holding the sword, his emotions surging, feeling as if his blood was boiling, his face turning bright red. The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable looked at Guan with a complex look, especially noticing in Hao's expression, and felt even more mixed emotions. At this moment, the beings within the celestial spirit great world could not see the confrontation outside. They could only see the cosmic starry sky, and the whole world silenced because of it. The beings were very nervous, unclear about what was to come. On a dilapidated island, Leah lay on the cliff, struggling to look up. The divine exotic immortal spirit appeared on his shoulder, excitedly looking towards the universe. Leah could feel its excitement and immediately guessed the reason. His expression turned complex, but it was as though a burden had been lifted from his heart. "Indeed, it still depends on you. You are the true protector of this world, unparalleled." Leah gazed at the cosmic starry sky, thinking thus, his eyes gradually filled with admiration. Just as this thought occurred, a sword light burst through the cosmic starry sky, illuminating the heavens and earth, making Leah instinctively close his eyes. In the cosmic void, the celestial spirit god froze in place, the darkness behind him cleaved in two by a streak of sword light, still gripping the celestial Tao divine axe, trembling all over. He fixated on Guan ahead, while Guan maintained the sword-swinging posture. The body of the celestial spirit god developed cracks, divine blood seeping out, his condition greatly resembling an Hao's. So fast, the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable stared at Guan, his expression grave. He hadn't seen clearly how Guan had swung his sword, and Hao's sense of it wasn't as profound, but he could tell that his master had suppressed the celestial spirit god's momentum, which excited him. The celestial spirit god's gaze sharpened, suddenly leaping up, nearly instantly, he burst forth with an even stronger aura. A vast sea of light appearing above him in the universe, and the celestial spirit god plunged into it, vanishing from sight. Soon after, within the light sea, a massive eye appeared. As this colossal eye opened, eyes of all sizes appeared from every direction in the universe, densely surrounding Guwen and the two others, all these eyes fixated on them. Far away, the immortal seeker witnessed this scene, his expression changing once again. Celestial Idao skill, he actually mastered such a great divine power. The immortal seeker was no longer startled for the first time by the celestial spirit god. He hadn't expected that he was still underestimating the celestial spirit god. His gaze unintentionally switched to Guwen. For some reason, he could not see Guwen's true face, indicating that the other party was using some powerful method to isolate his senses. However, looking at Guwen's figure, it felt familiar, as if he had met him before. But no matter how much he thought, he just couldn't remember. He didn't think he had a poor memory. Rather, the other had employed the power of cause and effect. The celestial spirit god had astonished him, and this suddenly appearing mysterious existence also filled him with curiosity and awe. All these years, in the Great Thousand World, you are the first one to force me to exert my full strength. Those who defy the heavenly Tao should be reduced to ashes and smoke. The voice of the celestial spirit god echoed, authoritative and domineering. In an instant, countless celestial eyes burst open in the starry sky, their pupils emanating multicolored lights. Almost instantly, Guwen's mana enveloped celestial spirit immortal venerable, and the celestial spirit great world below. The universe began to twist violently, distant meteors ignited into towering flames, while others were frozen solid. The celestial Idao skill can invoke the power of the heavenly Tao, allowing the 3,000 great Tao to aid him. This skill could destroy the Great Thousand World. The face of the celestial spirit immortal venerable was solemn as he spoke. And saw streams of nebulous starry seas appear in the distance, ravaging the cosmic void. Everything before him seemed chaotic and even made him feel dizzy. An invisible force was invading him, an eerie sensation he had never experienced before. The celestial spirit immortal venerable looked at Guwen and said, "Once the celestial Idao skill is employed, you are essentially making enemies with the 3,000 great Tao. You cannot." He hadn't finished speaking when Guwen suddenly swung his sword, and a silver-blue sword shadow appeared out of nowhere, sweeping across the dazzling, illusionary universe. In front of this sword shadow, meteors, heaven and earth, star clouds, and sun and moon all seemed insignificant. With one slash, thousands of celestial eyes were completely extinguished. Above, the sea of celestial light was also slashed away, revealing the figure of the celestial spirit god, his silver armor shattered, exposing his bloody and mangled body, his helmet thrown aside, his black hair splayed out. The celestial spirit god's eyes widened, incredulously looking at Guwen. Guwen suddenly appeared before him, his left hand quickly grasping the celestial spirit god's long hair, then raising his sword to slash. The sword light shone across the universe, illuminating thousands of great worlds and countless little worlds. Celestial spirit immortal venerable, and immortal seeker, and the observing great power cultivators from afar all blinked their eyes, and when they opened them again, the omnipresent celestial Tao pressure enveloping the universe began to dissipate. They all looked in the same direction and saw a blurred figure floating in the void, one hand wielding a sword, the other holding the decapitated head of the celestial spirit god. Behind that figure still lingered the magnificent blue sword shadow, scattered deep into the universe. The divine blood of the celestial spirit god spilled down, scorching the space, causing meteors to be penetrated by the droplets, much of the divine blood falling into the celestial spirit great world, vanishing from the mortal world. The celestial spirit immortal venerable watched, dumbfounded. And too was shocked. He knew his master was strong, but the celestial spirit god had already demonstrated an invincible demeanor, and such a powerful being had no chance against his master, even more hopeless than the celestial spirit immortal venerable facing the celestial spirit god. At that moment, the decapitated head of the celestial spirit god that Guwen held in his hand still had its eyes open, gazing up at Guwen, filled with fear. "It's impossible," Who are you really? The celestial spirit god asked in a trembling voice, unable to accept that his celestial I-Dao skill had been annihilated by a single sword strike. Even an image came to his mind. Via the Oval Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. That person, whose sword Dao talent had left a deep impression, if allowed to grow, could he reach the level of the man before him? Guwen looked down at him expressionlessly, his right hand performing the universe in hand divine power, drawing the head into his palm, disappearing from sight. After doing all this, Guwen turned around, looking at the universe. His eternal infinite divine sword had broken the celestial I-Dao skill, yet the universe was still collapsing. This scene seemed to be moving towards the future he had predicted before. Although he was powerful, he could not manipulate the Dao rules of the Great Thousand World. Because this Great Thousand World did not belong to him. Guwen could feel that the reason for the universe's collapse was not just the celestial I-Dao skill, but other factors as well. His gaze looked far towards the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable. The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable was also looking back at him, his face calm like a deep lake. And Hao also snapped out of his excitement, realizing the universe was collapsing, the atmosphere everywhere dense with danger and tension. Could it be? And Hao seemed to think of something, his expression turning unsightly. The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable turned his head towards him and calmly said, "Previously, I extracted all the heaven and earth's power, already causing this Great Thousand World to lose its stable Dao order, coupled with the disruption of the celestial I-Dao skill. This Great Thousand World is on the verge of annihilation, ceasing to exist." Upon hearing this, and Hao, surprisingly unalarmed, looked at the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable and asked, "What should we do then? Don't you have the slightest pity for all living beings?" The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable turned his head, looking far off at the figure of Guwen, and said, "Previously, indeed I had none, however, when I saw him just now protecting the creatures of various heavens and earths from the oppression of the celestial I-Dao skill, I suddenly felt that I really should do something. It's also a good opportunity for me to repay him for his care and instruction towards you." As his words fell, the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable burst into a bright light. His celestial Dao golden core and heaven and earth Dao fruit flew out from his chest, hovering over his shoulders. "I will let this Great Thousand World be reborn in a new way, wash away the past cause and effect, allowing Celestial Court to not pursue the death of the celestial spirit god, so he can stay here at ease." Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 553. Reshaping the Great Thousand World, hearing the words of celestial spirit Immortal Venerable, and Hao's expression darkened. He realized what the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable intended to do, and he could neither agree with it nor stop it. The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable wanted to sacrifice himself to save all living beings. As a son, and Hao could not agree, yet he could not disregard the life and death of all beings to stop him either. The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable took a deep look at Guwen. The celestial Dao golden core on his shoulder burst forth with golden light, and the heaven and earth Dao fruit rose up, quickly blossoming into expanding spiritual energy that symbolized vigorous life force. And Hao was baptized by the celestial Dao spiritual qi, and his wounds recovered rapidly. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he watched the gradually dissipating figure of the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable. Guwen watched this scene from afar, feeling somewhat conflicted. He guessed that the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable had noticed him, which made him uneasy. However, due to the relationship between the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable and Hao, he could not make a move against the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable. Now that the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable had chosen to sacrifice himself to protect the beings of great heaven and earth, it was also a good thing for Guwen. "I was born in the celestial spirit great world, and owe you a debt of gratitude. If there is a chance in the future, I will assist you in being reborn." That's what Guwen thought to himself. He didn't dwell on it any longer but chose to carefully sense the creation of heaven and earth. He too could create a great thousand world, but even if he did, he could not take a lifespan from his own great thousand world, so he did not do so. Taking a lifespan from within his own great thousand world would be like devouring his own mana, which would not increase his mana. However, even without doing so, he could comprehend the creation of the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable, thereby enhancing his understanding of the Tao. This was a rare opportunity, an opportunity brought by the self-sacrifice of an innate golden immortal. As the spiritual energy of nature spread, the twisted space of the universe gradually calmed down. The beings of the celestial spirit great world, being the first to be swept by the nature's spiritual energy, recovered their chi power. The celestial vault also quickly took shape, replacing the view of the cosmic starry sky. Everything was returning to normal. At that moment, the immortal seeker unexpectedly flew towards Guan. If it weren't for their past acquaintance, Guan wouldn't have let him approach. With the mystery of the celestial dark purple micro-Saint Tao body, even when the immortal seeker arrived in front of Guan, he still couldn't see his true form. Looking at the blurred image of Guan, the immortal seeker took a deep breath and said, "Fellow Taoist, by slaying the celestial spirit god, you will bring immense troubles upon yourself. Each immortal god holds a position in the celestial Tao. Once they fall, the celestial court must be aware. Even if you use cause and effect to isolate this great thousand world, as long as the celestial court wants to investigate, finding you is only a matter of time. Among the celestial court, there are countless beings more powerful than the celestial spirit god. To the immortal gods of the celestial court, nothing is more important than its majesty." Guan looked down at the immortal seeker and asked, "So, what are you trying to say?" The immortal seeker replied, "If fellow Taoist can secure a celestial Tao immortal position before the celestial court becomes aware, with your Tao practice, even if you're punished, the loss won't be significant. Celestial Tao immortal positions are easy to come by? I must be honest, I have an opportunity for a celestial Tao immortal position in my possession. That's not necessary. You may leave now. Your presence is a threat to me and to this great thousand world." Guan's response elicited a wry smile from the immortal seeker, who immediately bowed and took his leave. Before going far, his soul dispersed. The immortal seeker's method of fleeing this realm was self-demise. Guan wasn't much affected. He turned his gaze toward Jianghu. Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable was remaking the Tao rules of the great world, harboring a personal interest in bestowing his Tao inheritance upon Jianghu. Even though it couldn't make Jianghu's cultivation level soar directly, it could help Jianghu cultivate better. Guan didn't interfere, nor did he fear any tricks from the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable, because he could sense that the causality of the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable was dissipating, not an act. However, Guan frowned lightly, his gaze shifting to the depths of the universe. As the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable was reconstructing the rules of the Great Thousand World, Celestial Tao Destiny appeared out of thin air along with the Tao. This made Guan very curious about the connection between the Heavenly Tao and the Great Tao. He had always thought that the Heavenly Tao was weaker than the Great Tao, or that the Heavenly Tao was born based on the Great Tao. Now it seemed that this Heavenly Tao was as dominant as the Great Tao. The figure of the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable completely faded away, and Jianghu had fully recovered from his injuries. Jianghu looked around, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. He, too, felt the destiny of the Heavenly Tao. Could it be that all of this was not the doing of the Celestial Spirit God, and he only chose to act at this juncture? Jianghu muttered to himself. His gaze then fell upon Guan felt his gaze and turned to look. Their eyes met, and Guan understood what was in Jianghu's eyes. Jianghu couldn't make out Guan's expression, but being watched by Guan made him feel at peace, and a smile appeared on his face. Wasn't this the moment he had been looking forward to? You'd better think it through. The beings you save will eventually die, and the Great Thousand World will return to normal in time. Guan's voice reached Jianghu's ears. Jianghu smiled and retorted, "Master, how many of the beings you saved are still alive? They will eventually die, and you still took action, didn't you?" Guan asked, "Are you willing to let go of an exen?" And your wife, your children, can you truly cut all ties? Didn't you make arrangements for them? The only person I'm sorry to is you. I've lived for nearly 10,000 years and never repaid you, only caused you worries. And Hao spoke to Guan with a look of guilt. Guan really wanted to say that it was actually quite a simple task and no trouble at all, but looking at Hao's expression, he knew that nothing he said would change Hao's choice. Now, Guan was strong, but not strong enough. At least not enough to free the Great Thousand World from the heavenly Tao, at least not enough to develop the world he lived in according to his wishes. However, Guan was quite relieved to see Hao take on such responsibility. He couldn't change such an outcome, but he could leave Hao a way out. Guan turned and disappeared into the void. More and more divine senses swept across, able to lock onto Hao, yet not daring to come close. The previous battle made them shudder, even though they hadn't seen clearly what had happened. The shadow of the eternal infinite divine sword and the grand and spectacular celestial I Dao skill still gave them chills. Even Taoist Zhang Zizai Immortal and profound Yuan Free Immortal would feel like they could be annihilated at any moment when facing the recent battle. Hao looked toward the celestial spirit great world, his gaze filled with affection, and slowly raised his arms, murmuring, "Young immortal emperor, I will carry out the task you left unfinished." Inside the Taoist field of the beginningless, an Exen, celestial demon child, Chen Chuan, and others had not been stripped of their mana and chi power by the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable. They were always discussing the battle situation. Guan appeared out of nowhere beside an Exen. As he appeared, the crowd immediately gathered around. "Master, did you make a move? Was that sword intent just now the eternal infinite divine sword? Master, what's the situation in outer heaven now? And Hao and Zhu Shi, who won and who lost? Who was the person who spoke earlier? They sounded so arrogant. I wonder how high their cultivation level is." Everyone kept asking, curious and excited. With the protection of the Taoist field of the beginningless, they hadn't truly felt the oppression from the outside world. Guan looked toward the celestial vault. "From now on, you will never see those two again." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, their excitement immediately extinguished, and they subconsciously looked at an Exen. They weren't familiar with Zhu Shi, they only knew that an Exen and Hao were as close as siblings. An Exen too was stunned. She didn't have a breakdown of emotions, but looked at Guan and asked, "Master, have you seen him already?" "Yes." "Then let it be." An Exen was very calm, and Guan did not say more. He turned to the others. "A new era is coming. The universe will become infinitely vast. From now on, you will no longer live in the great heaven and earth, but in the great thousand world." The great thousand world. Everyone was astounded. They believed Guan's words, and so they began to fantasize about the vastness of the great thousand world. And Xingtian was also somewhat dazed. Although he had cut off the cause and effect with Hao, he had always hoped to meet Hao. Would he really never be able to meet him from now on? Ia the Novel Fire. NE*T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "Look!" Celestial Cyan suddenly pointed at the sky, exclaiming loudly. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw a sun appearing in the sky that was growing rapidly larger. Celestial Demon Child was about to ask Guan when suddenly, an unimaginable shockwave descended from the sky, leaving everyone in a bewildered state. The scene seemed to freeze, everyone was fixed in place, only Guan could still move. Guan looked up and could see Hao's figure, which was fading away. Hao had chosen the same path as his father, the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable. The Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable had chosen to sacrifice himself to reshape the Tao rules of the Great Thousand World. And Hao had chosen to sacrifice himself to reassemble the shattered Great Thousand World. Hao was able to do this because he had received the Tao of the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable. He had become the controller of the Great Thousand World. In order for all living beings to quickly survive the calamities set by the heavenly Tao, he chose to sacrifice himself. In this catastrophe, Zhu Shi was sent out of the universe by Immortal Seeker, the Celestial Spirit God was captured, and both the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable and Hao fell one after another. At first glance, it seemed there were no victors. Guan sighed at the capriciousness of fate, but he was also looking forward to the brand new Great Thousand World. Anyway, this calamity was just a node in his life. He needed to keep striving to become stronger, intuition telling him that one day he would no longer be able to conceal himself, and he would need to directly face the might of the celestial court. When that day comes, whether he would compromise and ascend to immortality or make other plans would depend on how high his cultivation level was. Guan retracted his gaze and walked toward his own pavilion. As for the immobilized crowd, they wouldn't have any issues. Guan deliberately allowed Enhao's power to enter the dojo, letting them rapidly get through the upcoming drastic changes of heaven and earth like all living beings. When they awoke, they would only think they had a dream. Guan suddenly looked in one direction, a trace of surprise in his voice. Everything in the universe was still under Enhao's power, yet Shenzhen was unaffected, still fervently drawing in her house. Guan felt a special aura from Shenzhen, one that he couldn't deduce. This made him even more curious. What kind of great Tao had Shenzhen stepped into? As Guan was pondering, a powerful light that drained all colors from everything descended from the sky, enveloping his figure and all of existence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 554 9 Heaven's Cyan Bird. Taiching golden immortal sunlight was brilliant, filtering through the gaps in the leaves and leaving patches of light across the grass in the forest. An Xen sat on a rock beside a stream, delivering a sermon to a group of boys and girls. Her voice was mesmerizing, so much so that even the birds perched on the trees cocked their heads to listen attentively. She had been speaking for half a day now, her patience greater than before, as a gentle smile constantly graced her face. Seeing the Jianghu sect disciples enraptured by her Taoist teachings, an Xen turned her head to look around but couldn't find Guan. However, she believed her master was still there. Indeed he was. 10 yards away, on an old tree, Guan was lying on a branch, hesitating as he stared at his attribute list. Name, Guan, lifespan, 9,555,89,904,572,611. Physique, primordial infinite body. Cultivation level, heaven balancing golden immortal realm perfection. 100 years had passed since the Great Thousand Worlds restructuring, a cataclysmic process. But under Enhao and the celestial spirit immortal venerables protection, all beings were unaffected, feeling only as if they had sunk into a profound dream. Upon awakening from the dream, every major sect realized that the world had become boundlessly vast, so much so that even beings above the heaven and earth flying immortal realm who flew towards outer heaven were utterly astounded by the current world. The endless expanse of the world, a thicker celestial Tao light layer, and the universe had become even more dim. Enhao had gathered all the worlds within the cosmos to create the entirely new celestial spirit great world. The celestial spirit great world was more than 10,000 times larger than the celestial spirit great world. In the previous 10 millennia, not only the celestial spirit great world had faced calamities of the heavenly Tao, but other great worlds experienced the same. Without the protection of the supporting Tao sword venerable, many had long been eradicated of all life. Thus, after the restructuring of the celestial spirit great world, the heavens and the earth became vast yet desolate. With the world so infinitely vast and the number of living beings not even close to the new world's capacity, the calamities of the heavenly Tao receded. With no impetuousness left in nature's spiritual energy, young immortal emperor's proposal had been implemented by Enhao, and everything was evolving for the better. Worth mentioning is that after Enhao's sacrifice, his wife and children received considerable cosmic destiny, and within just 100 years, Guan witnessed the birth of a genius in the En family with a potential lifespan of 8,000 years. Guan wasn't sure if it was the world's favor or Enhao's will that looked after his descendants, but according to his calculations, the En family would rise in the next 10,000 years, eventually becoming one of the strong families in the world. Right now, Guan's hesitation was not about the affairs of others, but his own concerns. He planned to first comprehensively enhance his own Taoist techniques. Then, after accumulating another 200 billion years of lifespan, he could strike for an even higher realm. A lifespan nearing 900 billion years seemed massive, but in truth, if he intended to enhance every aspect, it would probably be spent soon. No matter, he must improve. Even though the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable had already reshaped the order of the Great Tao in the Great Thousand World, and the celestial spirit god had not fallen, temporarily avoiding the celestial court's notice, he had to maintain the pace of getting stronger. After this increase in strength, he would start dealing with the celestial spirit god. Guwen began to utilize his lifespan breakthrough. You have activated the lifespan breakthrough function. Based on your current realm, the following breakthrough locations have been selected for you. 1. Ascending to Yellow Heaven. 2. Celestial Extreme 9 Heavens. 3. Abyss Dao Sikyo. Path of the Great Tao. Eastern Sea Celestial Palace. 6. Primordial Emperor Domain. 7. Profound Abyss Divine Pool. 8. Golden Immortal Ancestor Tree. 9. Ling Mountain. Looking at the choices that had popped up before him, many of which he was seeing for the first time, Guwen couldn't help but be moved by the infinite vastness of the Great Tao. The path of the Great Tao connected the 3,000 great worlds, and beyond the Great World were many more mysterious places. Guwen's previous breakthrough had taken him to the celestial extreme 9 heavens, which left a deep impression on him. After some contemplation, he felt that returning to the celestial extreme 9 heavens was the best option. He was uncertain of the other locations, and although the celestial extreme 9 heavens had powerful beings, they were few in number. With his decision made, Guwen chose the celestial extreme 9 heavens for teleportation. Teleporting to celestial extreme 9 heavens will require the consumption of 10 billion years of lifespan. Do you wish to proceed? Continue. Guwen closed his eyes after making his choice, and that long-absent sensation of dizziness appeared. After a while, Guwen opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was an endless sea of clouds, majestic and vast. The sky was still so high, with no land in sight, and no matter which direction he looked, he saw nothing but the sea of clouds and the sky. He immediately activated his lifespan barrier and sat down to meditate on the spot. Without saying a word, he began to evolve and improve. Starting with his physique. Each time, Guwen invested 1 billion years of lifespan, operating slowly. It took nearly 4 billion years to advance from the primordial Tao golden body to the primordial infinite body. This time would surely take even more. Billion after billion years, Guwen was collected and composed, not feeling the slightest bit of heartache. In the end, it took approximately 50 billion years for the primordial infinite body to advance to the primordial reincarnation undying body. As the final prompt fell, an enormous surge of Tao spiritual qi flooded towards Guwen. The boundless sea of clouds began to churn in a very short time, luckily, not as dramatically as the previous breakthrough. Guwen closed his eyes and began to immerse himself. An hour later, his physique's transformation was successful. With the primordial reincarnation undying body, not only did his physique grow stronger, but the power of the Great Tao could no longer control his flesh, and it was not worn down by reincarnation. Even if his lifespan reached its limit, his body could exist forever. Now, he could enter reincarnation in his physical form as smoothly as a fish takes to water. Guwen opened his eyes and his gaze fell on the cultivation technique column in his attribute list. Upgrade the main technique first, Great Tao Great Freedom as You Wish Bible. He began to invest lifespan for evolution. Investing 36 billion years of lifespan at once, the Great Tao Great Freedom as You Wish Bible was elevated to the Taoist Dominator skill, reaching an in-depth level of understanding. Tao's spiritual qi surged toward him once again, and an endless stream of Taoist technique memories burst forth in his mind. Sar the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Taoist Dominator skill, as the name implies, could dominate the Great Tao. Once mastered, Guwen could comprehend any kind of Great Tao, and in facing any kind of Great Tao, he could discern its weaknesses in an extremely short time. Most importantly, this technique could merge the 3,000 Great Tao into one force, aptly named the Dominator's power. Another half an hour passed, and Guwen successfully mastered the Taoist Dominator skill. He didn't have time to experience it in depth and continued to enhance other Taoist techniques. Regardless of the tier the Taoist technique reached, lifespan evolution could always allow Guan to master it within half an hour, which was also a significant advantage. The Great Thousand Following Heart to Void skill was upgraded to the Sun and Moon Selfless Divine Tao, consuming nearly 50 billion years of lifespan. This technique helped Guan to conceal his cultivation level and aura. Even those with a realm higher than his could not see through it. Though, of course, if the disparity in cultivation was too vast, it might not remain hidden, which was why he continued to elevate this technique. The Sun and Moon Selfless Divine Tao was even more domineering, allowing Guan to disappear into the order of the Great Tao. Even if he was still present, no one would detect him. He could even turn his aura into the sun, moon, and stars, perfectly concealing himself. Again, the inheritance took half an hour. After the inheritance ended, Guan's eyes turned to the secret skills, preparing to upgrade his combat methods. Just then, a vast aura descended, one that far surpassed that of the heaven-balancing golden Immortal, causing a slight change in Guan's expression. He looked up. He saw a gigantic cyan bird appear in the sky, its wings spread wide, eclipsing the sun. Its feathers shimmered with the colors of the rainbow, like a godly bird from creation, radiating an endless ancient and holy aura. This cyan bird was by far the most colossal creature Guan had ever seen. Even set against the celestial extreme nine heavens, the celestial vault seemed almost incapable of containing it. Guan hurled a lifespan detection at the cyan bird. Nine heavens cyan bird, early stage of Taiching Golden Immortal Realm 218,726,929, 702/50, 00000000000/50, 00000000000, more than 200 billion years old. A lifespan of 50 trillion years. Truly terrifying. Killing it would direct unlock the ability for a trillion years of lifespan. But the words, Taiching Golden Immortal, only allowed Guan to contemplate the idea. Of course, even if Guan had the ability to slay it, he would not take action. That was not his style. Moreover, he suspected that behind the nine heavens cyan bird, there stood even more powerful immortals, like the nine heavens immortal emperor. As Guan marveled at the nine heavens cyan bird's lifespan, the bird suddenly descended, landing 10,000 miles away. 10,000 miles is a long distance for mortals, but to the nine heavens cyan bird, a single movement of its claws could reach Guan's dojo. This made Guan tense, ready to teleport away at any moment. The nine heavens cyan bird folded its wings and perched on the sea of clouds, its head reaching unscalable heights. Guan then saw a figure emerge, the white-robed woman known as the Nine Heavens Immortal Emperor, appearing atop the head of the Nine Heavens cyan bird. As before, Guan was still unable to perform lifespan detection on the Nine Heavens Immortal Emperor, indicating that her true body was not present. Two powerful entities appeared beside her, causing Guan to dare not continue his evolution. He decided to wait for the Nine Heavens Immortal Emperor and the Nine Heavens cyan bird to leave before resuming. If they refused to leave, he would have no choice but to teleport back to the celestial spirit great world. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 555. Entering Reincarnation. Nine Heavens Immortal Emperor stood atop the head of the Nine Heavens cyan bird, his gaze sweeping across the sea of clouds, which tightened Guan's heart and made him constantly ready to teleport back. Each teleportation needed 100 billion year lifespan, making it 200 billion year lifespan for a round trip. Naturally, Guan was reluctant to return lightly. The Nine Heavens Immortal Emperor had not discovered the lifespan barrier. The Nine Heavens cyan bird was also unaware. After a while, a slightly childish female voice rang out, "Your Majesty, are you truly not going to the Grand Assembly of 10,000 Immortals?" Guan could feel that this voice originated from the Nine Heavens cyan bird, even though the cyan bird had not spoken. The Nine Heavens Immortal Emperor, looking into the distance with a cold expression, replied, "Boring. I've attended several times. There's not much difference, all superficial interactions, and I don't need the opportunities from the grand assembly of 10,000 immortals. Your Majesty, although the celestial extreme Nine Heavens is uniquely endowed, discussing Tao with other immortal cultivation great powers could further aid your cultivation. If you wish to go, you can go on my behalf. If you don't go, there's no point in me going. Forget it, let's not go. By the way, Your Majesty, what do you think caused this anomaly?" The Nine Heavens cyan bird changed the topic and looked around the boundless sea of clouds as it spoke. The Nine Heavens Immortal Emperor, expressionless, said, "The celestial extreme Nine Heavens, located above the Great Thousand World, is a juncture of the Great Tao. The anomaly here might have originated from the lower realm, even I cannot directly determine." Hearing this, the Nine Heavens cyan bird fell into thought, its bird eyes flickering with strange light. Above the Great Thousand World? Guan captured this information, growing more curious about the celestial extreme Nine Heavens. Could it be that the Nine Heavens Immortal Emperor has no connection to the celestial court? Guan did not feel the celestial Tao destiny from the Nine Heavens cyan bird, and as for the Nine Heavens Immortal Emperor, since she was not the true body, he could not sense anything. If he closed his eyes, he wouldn't even be aware of her presence. After a while, the Nine Heavens Immortal Emperor leaped into the air and flew towards the distance. The Nine Heavens cyan bird followed closely behind, and they soon vanished at the end of the sea of clouds. Guan relaxed and waited patiently. 1 hour later, no longer sensing the aura of Nine Heavens cyan bird, he reopened the attribute panel and continued to enhance. Next up was the Eternal Infinite Divine Sword. Although he had already mastered the Sacred Heart Sword Tao, which merged with the River of Sword Tao, deemed an independent existence, he felt he couldn't solely rely on the Sacred Heart Sword Tao. He needed stronger sword techniques as his trump card. The Eternal Infinite Divine Sword evolved into the 3,000 slaying Tao swords, achieving the Mastery Realm, consuming 80 billion year lifespan. During the half-hour inheritance, neither the Nine Heavens Immortal Emperor nor the Nine Heavens cyan bird returned. Thus, Guan continued to invest his lifespan in evolution. Profound Yellow Eternal Tao Step advanced into Taoless Celestial Net Step, consuming 42 billion year lifespan and reaching the realm of integration. Celestial Dark Purple Micro Saint Tao Body evolved into Hongmeng Void Golden Body, also at the realm of integration, consuming 76 billion year lifespan. After upgrading the most core Taoist techniques, Guan turned his attention to the Great Soul Capturing Immortal technique. This technique could perform soul search, but as the enemy's realm was higher, the difficulty of soul search increased. It needed enhancement. This was still the transformation of soul capturing technique that Jiang Qiong had taught him years ago. Guan spent 130 billion year lifespan in one breath, allowing the Great Soul Capturing Immortal technique to advance several levels, finally evolving into Calamity Absolute I. Calamity Absolute I could not only perform soul search but also bring bad luck to the enemy, with the nature of the calamity shaped by the caster's imagination. A very domineering divine skill. That's it. Search * the novel of Ire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan dared not continue evolving because, accounting for the lifespan barrier's consumption, he only had 230 billion year lifespan left and still needed 100 billion year lifespan to teleport back. After a series of evolutions and enhancements, Guan felt a complete transformation even though his cultivation level had not increased. His strength had greatly changed. Now, handling celestial spirit gods should be effortless. Thinking this, Guan stood up. He gazed at the constantly churning sea of clouds as if for one last look, since he definitely needed to change locations upon the next breakthrough. The recent appearance of the Nine Heavens Immortal Emperor and Nine Heavens Cyan Bird was definitely not a coincidence. They must have intended to investigate his whereabouts. Even if their words didn't directly reflect it, he had to stay alert. Guan chose to teleport back, and as he thought, he vanished on the spot. Guan returned to the forests near the Qinkuan sect and could no longer see an Xian and the others. Unable to find him, an Exin returned to the dojo to cultivate. Guwen did not hurry back. He jumped down from a tree, crossed a creek, and sat down on a large stone by the creek. Lifting his right hand, palm facing upwards, a skull appeared in his palm, the size of a pebble, indeed that of the celestial spirit god. The disheveled celestial spirit god opened his eyes and looked up at Guwen, his expression becoming calm. After a century of suppression, he had adjusted his mindset and was prepared to face any outcome. Guwen's pupils suddenly turned deep red, and the pupils of the celestial spirit god facing him involuntarily widened, then his expression turned dull. Calamity absolute eye. He began to scour the memories of the celestial spirit god. The morning sun shone down, casting a long shadow of Guwen. After a long while, Guwen's eyes returned to their normal color, and his brows furrowed. The memories of the celestial spirit god were too simple. Spending years meditating under the world gate, much of his memory was blank, presumably related to the celestial court. However, Guwen still obtained some useful information, such as why the celestial spirit god plotted against the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable. Many years ago, the celestial spirit god could have obliterated the celestial spirit Great World, but he wanted to obtain the world punishment Tao Pearl held by the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable. The world punishment Tao Pearl, born from the great Tao, was a supreme treasure that could be used in battle and for comprehending the Tao, with infinite marvelous uses. The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable dared not readily use the pearl, fearing its master would come searching. The owner of the world punishment Tao Pearl was the Emperor Ziwei. Through the memory of the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable, Guwen saw the Emperor Ziwei. This Emperor Ziwei looked exactly like the unparalleled Emperor Ziwei that the Black Profound Emperor had encountered in his lifetime. Guwen guessed that the Emperor Ziwei was the reincarnation body of the Emperor Ziwei. Great powers project across the heavens, manifesting reincarnation, which is common. How formidable was the Emperor Ziwei, able to fight against hundreds at the same realm, and even force enemies to retreat. No wonder, being the reincarnation of the Emperor Ziwei. As Guwen reflected inwardly, the celestial spirit god regained his senses. Startled, he looked at Guwen and asked, "What have you done to me?" Guwen looked down at him and inquired, "Do you want to die or do you want to live?" When Guwen questioned whether the celestial spirit god's apocalyptic acts were related to the celestial court, and the celestial spirit god admitted it was his own selfishness, Guwen actually felt a trace of respect for him. The celestial spirit god was bold and accountable. It seemed a pity to kill such a person directly. The destruction by the celestial spirit god was nefarious to living beings, but from a cosmic perspective, he protected the cosmic order. Of course, whether the celestial spirit god wanted to live depended on his attitude. Faced with Guwen's question, the celestial spirit god furrowed his brows. After a moment of silence, he said, "I cannot possibly serve you. My fate today is merely reaping what I sowed. Had I not coveted the treasure and followed the heavenly Tao earlier, it would not have come to this. Just kill me." Having said so, the celestial spirit god closed his eyes. Suddenly, Guwen asked, "Have you ever been immortal?" Hearing this, the celestial spirit god opened his eyes, looking at Guwen in surprise. In the memory of the celestial spirit god, he was born a favored child of heaven and was taken as a disciple by the Emperor Ziwei early on. He stood above the masses from birth. Guwen looked down at him and said coldly, "To kill you now would be too easy for you. Go to the human world and experience the struggles of humanity. In the eyes of immortal gods, mortal spirits are no different from dust, but how would you know the effort mortal spirits make just to survive?" As his words fell, Guwen flipped his hand and threw the celestial spirit god into the creek. As the celestial spirit god fell, he looked at Guwen. In his view, Guwen was so magnificent. Indeed, he did not understand human suffering, but at that moment he understood how mortals looked up to immortal gods. His vision quickly plunged into darkness. After Guwen flipped his hand to let him go, he used his own divine sense to cast him into the cycle of reincarnation. After contemplating the Taoist dominator skill and the sun and moon selfless divine Tao, Guan could simply manipulate the path of reincarnation and make the celestial spirit god reincarnate. It was not difficult for him. He made the celestial spirit god be born in the celestial spirit great world to prevent him from escaping. The celestial spirit god was already bound by the Guiyuan divine Tao and his divine soul sealed. Without Guan's action, he would remain forever in the cycle of reincarnation, unable to escape. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible.